Hello everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Racing Pals Endurance back with another one. This is the 4 hours of Barcelona. Very excited for this one. We've got a pretty big turnout today. Just finishing my morning coffee. That jazz. Hope everyone's doing awesome. I know I am. Still ironing out some kinks because OBS decided to update itself as I was loading the stream and all my settings have changed. Yeah. So do bear with me. Let me know in the chat if the levels need changing. That would be much appreciated. So about 9 minutes left in practice. A lot of these guys have expressed their dislike of Barcelona. I personally love it. I think it's a great track. It's a great track for racing. Multi-class, we'll see. We've never done it here, except for our RP Series leagues racing. Yeah, this should be a good one. No rain like last time around. Hungaroring, if you caught that one with us. That one was rain throughout and quite an interesting race. We had some battles all the way down to the wire. Hopefully we can get another repeat of that, race-wise, racing quality-wise. Lots of side-by-side action, lots of overtaking, lots of spots to do it at this track. Love tap there. Everybody warming up, trying to get used to the track, get used to their setups. Minor changes. Upstairs, very excited, not sure if you can hear that. Maybe about as excited for this race as I am. Jumper in the chat. Hello. Club Knight's also in the chat. Milt's in the chat. Milt's actually racing. Oh, we'll watch his career with great interest. You know, he's been getting back into ACC, so it's good to see him make the switch over from AC and iRacing. Come hang out and play some tire pressure simulator. That'll be fun. From 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 GT4s this time around, so I'm excited for a bit of a bigger GT4 field this time around. Oh, sorry, missed those guys. Got 10 GT4s. Wow. 10 GT4s to try and navigate around for the GT3 day. Looks like Red Kiwi Racing are back. Good to see another entry from them. I think they have a couple entries this time around. Bentley's an interesting choice for this track. I'm sure it's fun. It's fun everywhere. Porsches. A lot of Astons I've noticed after the buff it's gotten in the last update. Haven't driven it since that update, but it used to be my main squeeze, and excited to give it a go and see what it's capable of. That Porsche there in the background just chundering over the curbs. Be very careful of those. This race will be somewhat of a sunrise race. Hopefully not too much sun in drivers' eyes as they try and navigate the track. Straight over the curb there, no left, interesting. Maybe that's just Porsche things. That inside curve there at turn 1 can really spit you out. Maybe here a sneak peek of how to navigate the GT4 traffic at this track. I think patience might be more important here than at other tracks that are larger and have longer straightaways. This corner particularly very difficult to pass through, even in equal machinery, so lots of drivers are going to have to watch out. Traffic's going to be a real factor today, especially with so many GT4s as well. I feel like for the GT3 drivers it's going to be quite constant in terms of how often they find themselves coming up on the rear of GT4 traffic. Got Mr. President back up the wheel. Everybody loves to see it. Hoping to see some big things from him today. He's currently sitting 4th in practice standings, but I always take practice standings with a big grain of salt. Lots of people don't like to show their pace early. Nice. Gotta watch out for that sausage curb on the exit there, especially in those lower slung cars. Hit that at the wrong angle and you will be spinning around. A couple minutes left here at practice. I'm just going to leave it blank for now, and I'm hoping for some big things. I haven't looked at the entry list in a minute, but I'm sure it hasn't changed too much from the last time I did, but we do have a lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces too, so excited to see how much this field can change up during the course of this 4 hours. And of course we've got qualifying first. That'll be 15 minutes of GT4 followed by 15 minutes of GT3. Do stick around for that. I feel like all these endurance races usually end up coming down to the wire. Always between a couple of people at the very, very top. Practice winds down. I think people getting their last chance in to practice pit entry. Stand to lose a lot of time with the drive-through here. Such a long pit lane. Such a small track, and I use the word small kind of lightly there, but I always have to, you know, compare things to stuff like Spa and Suzuka, which are actually massive tracks. And I will also keep dialed in to the stewarding channel, just to keep you all updated on what's happening penalties wise around the track. Try and catch what we can. Contact wise and drama wise, I'm sure there won't be too much past first lap, but I've been saying to the guys all week, first lap, turn 1, it's going to get real interesting, especially if it's on the darker side visibility wise. Race time is going to actually start at 7 AM, so there will be some sun around. It makes for some good views while we're at it too. Nice cars going around a nice track. Might do it for practice. These guys still going at it, so maybe a battle to see here later today. Keep our eye on that for sure. Yellow flags out. Maybe it's just somebody pulled aside. That's why. Getting ahead of myself. I got to keep reminding myself that it's still practice. Here he is. Mr. Milt. Been accusations of Milt being washed lately, but maybe this is his chance to prove us wrong. I don't think washed. I think he's great. Here we are then. Half an hour of qualifying coming up. Don't have a number pad. Waiting at the end of the pit lane there. Interesting. Maybe just wants to get the burnout in the Chadorati, as you do. Oops. 1 second. Rear timing board. Don't have a number pad anymore because I got a new keyboard, not a number pad. Peak professionalism here. Bear with me just 1 second. So if anyone in the chat knows the hotkey for getting the actual timing board up, I'm on broadcast. But the timing board isn't up. Ah! Now we're getting somewhere. Still no times though. Like the relative. Oops. So it looks like this man, Martin Kovacs, about to start his first flying lap in the Maserati. Dog's going crazy upstairs. Do do do. Give me timings. I feel like this happened the last time actually around, where we didn't have the actual timings up. Da, da, da. Maybe be. This. Yeah. There it is. I got it. It's shift and insert. Sorry about that, everyone. Alright, so 1:53.3 was that last lap from Mr. Kovacs. Great time, actually. That's blistering. Chadarati power really coming into its own there. Rob Phillips is actually is here today, maybe pulling the no quali special. Got a couple of other GT4s still in the pits. Matthew Marlowe with Flyboys. Had the pleasure of racing with him before. It's good to see him back. I think he's been out for a while, but currently sitting second place with a 1:54.8, or half a second back from Kovacs in the little Porsche. David versus Goliath. Track temperature very, very hot. 31 degrees Celsius ambient air temperature. That's quite hot for this track. I know the race will actually be a lot cooler. I just want to jump to this person right here, Nico Werner. He's currently casual half second up on their best lap time. Another Porsche GT4 popular choice today. On a good lap so far, currently only 3/10 back from that third position car. About to finish up his lap here. This is where the Porsche really shines in these slower corners. Turn in looks absolutely immediate in that car. Flat through that last corner too, very difficult to do in these GT4 cars, and he does move up to third place with a 1:55.3. Following closely behind him, Stefan Stavarsky back again. He was out with us in Hungaroring. We will see some good stuff from them today. Oh, just catches that inside curb. As I said earlier, you have to be really careful with that kind of miniature sausage curb there. It does like to spit you out. That's yeah, lap over for that one. Still a couple more, well, I think actually just Rob Phillips in the pit, so it looks like we are seeing a gone special. Those in the know exactly what that means. For some reason that's showing up as a GT4 in my race control app. Let's just get a little soundbite of this glorious Italian engineering. For those of you that don't know, Maserati, no traction control, no ABS, just pure driver inputs. Arguably one of the hardest cars to drive in the game. But you can handle it. The dividends are quite unreal. Oh, sounds mean on the downshift. There you see the no traction control bite as the rear end just steps out around the corner. Not looking as composed through those corners as the little Porsche was. Peter Hürtel. Very interesting choice with the KTM. He's currently actually 6/10 up on his best lap time. That might net him P3 in qualifying should he pull that off. Oh, maybe invalid there. Little bit wide over that sausage curb. I think he's good. Crosses the line and does go into P3, a 1:55.2. So Kovacs up in the front in that Maserati, really kind of letting everybody know just how much work they're going to have to do to catch up. Nico Werner back on another lap, currently 3/10 best, up on his best as he rounds turns 8 and 9. 7 and 8, sorry. This is turn 9. Very, very difficult. Turn in needs to be absolutely perfect. And turn 10 easily one of the most disliked corners in sim racing. I mean there are definitely other disliked corners in sim racing, but that one for me personally, not fun. I kind of wish we had the new reprofiled turn 10 that's a bit more open. Not so much of a faux hairpin. Oh, a little bit wide there as he just kind of threw it in, but manages to make it work. It's actually quite tidy. Did lose a little bit of time there though. Still up on his lap time, only just not able to make any headway in the positions. Only a couple minutes left of qualifying for these guys. Back up with Matthew Marlowe in the Flyboys Porsche. Rounds turn 9. The lift off oversteer there, as you do in the Porsche. On a great lap right now though. 1.5 seconds the gap between P1 and P2. Quite impressive from the Chadarati. Getting himself a nice little buffer, so gonna need a monster lap from somebody to take pole position. Matthew Marlowe is actually on a pretty blinding lap right now. Currently almost 6/10 up, very tidy through the chicane there. That little bit of suspension flex might lose him a couple of tenths maybe. But a good exit onto the straight, and he does improve. 154.3, but still a second behind P1. Good lap from him. This might be last chance saloon as he does round turn 1 in quite quick fashion. We'll stay on with Mr. Marlowe here as he rounds turn 3. Oh, maybe not getting onto the power as quickly as he would like there. So I feel like this couple corners coming up next is going to cause a lot of problems in the race, especially if you catch GT4 traffic. As a GT3, it's not where you want to come across traffic. Track seemingly narrows here, and especially this corner is probably the second worst corner on the track. Off camber, off kilter, likes to throw you to the outside. And taking the curb again can end up in disastrous results. We still have Rob Phillips as well. Don't forget. Can't discount the Gone special. Can work. He has the same idea as I do. I think maybe Rob Phillips thinks that turn 1 might be a bit of a poop show, as the 15-minute mark in qualifying rounds out. The GT3s are unleashed onto the track, and it doesn't look like Matthew Marlowe will be able to improve on that lap time. Nico Werner, don't think he's going to improve on his lap time this time around. Currently 3/10 around, but anything can happen. And yeah, the GT3 is now unleashed onto the track, so this final GT4 will have to be careful, but I don't think he'll come across anybody this late into the track. GT3s are faster, but not that much faster. So your GT4 qualifying standings. Martin Kovacs, pole position in the Maserati. The Flyboys Porsche in P2. It's Matthew Marlowe setting those qualifying laps. Got Peter Hürtel in the KTM crossbow in P3. Nico Werner in the Porsche sitting P4, so a good effort from him. Quite very close between P3, 4 and 5. Stefan Stavarsky in that Mercedes GT4 P5. A Valentino Rossi in P6. Don't know whether it's the real Valentino Rossi, but if it is, cool. I would quite like to have a conversation with you if you are the real Valentino Rossi. And then Rob Phillips will round out the rest of the grid. Out now to the GT3 boys. And why don't we jump on a lap on board with Mr. President in the presidential AMG. So full chat down into turn 1, brake around 100 meters, full on the brakes, cut the inside curb if you can. Watch the inside curb here, small lift to get around turn 3 here. Back on the power as soon as you feel the tyres hook up all the way to the outside. Find yourself catching marbles quite a lot here. Use the most of the track, use the bridge as the braking marker. First apex, drag it out wide, but be careful of the back end stepping out because it does like to do so. Down towards this hairpin. Late apexes are good. Oh, a little early on the power there. You see the back end just step out on the exit of that corner. 7 and 8. Cut the inside curb if you can here, not too much, very easy to pick up a track cut. Little lift here to get the turn in around turn 9, watch the exit curb, another place you can easily pick up a track limit warning. Hard on the brakes here, about 100 meters. Oh, a little bit late there from Mr. President, makes it work. Cut the inside curb here as much as you dare. In this corner you do need to kind of V the racing line, use that little sausage curb there on your right as your acceleration marker, and then the final chicane. This is going to throw so much chaos into this race, I feel like, this chicane. So tight, especially this second little chicane. And just a little invalid there as he cuts the corner just a little too much. So he'll go again, Mr. President, to try and set a lap. Current fast lap. Current fastest. All 3 sectors is this man, Marcus Etrish. We've seen him before. Very, very quick driver, quite rapid. Especially in quali trim. Fastest time so far of a 1:44.427. About 4 tenths up on the next fastest car behind. And traffic already an issue, only on lap 2 or 3 of qualifying so far, lap 2. So lots of traffic to deal with already. Maybe not on a hugely fast lap here. Someone who is on a really fast lap is this man, James Thompson, in the McLaren 720. Old faithful. 3 tenths up on his best time right now as he enters the last sector. Well, he's into the last sector. See if he can hook up the final chicane. Oh, a little late on the power there. Still up on his delta. Currently sitting P6. Does he move up at all? He does, up into P5. Tristan Bolvinkel, this man on a very fast lap. Actually taking provisional pole with a 44.1, almost 2.5 tenths faster than Marcus Etrish. See, lots of other people still kind of warming up, it seems. Mr. President into P3 with a 44.7, so 6 tenths, 5.5 tenths back from pole position. Got a fastest sector 1 time from Laura Zeiss, another return racer from last time out. Was actually in GT4 last time around in Hungaroring, as that Aston decides to just go straight. Fastest sector 1 time by a good 3 tenths up from pole positions time. Red Kiwi Bentley really standing out. I think it might be the only Bentley in the field. Oh, one more Bentley, so only 2 Bentleys in the field today. You could just see the track map there. Lots of cars really close together, having to navigate each other through the lap. Or at least only a couple hundredths of a second away from moving up to P4. Might be able to make it work this time around as they round the final corner. And no, they do close the gap ever so slightly. But not enough to move up the standings. Got Richard Withall back with Withall's Whizzers. Solo driving this time around, it looks like. If you do take... front end just snapping around there on the power. I was just going to say, if you take a look at the timing screen, the Platinum drivers, if their number isn't a white box, means they are they have a team, they have somebody to hand the car over to at their pit stop. The silver drivers taking the challenge of driving 4 hours solo. Just jump back on with Mr. President. A couple tenths up on their best so far, only 6 tenths back, 6.5 tenths back from pole position. But the Mercedes doing quite well here, it seems. Yes, this is the only Mercedes GT3, so no reference point for anybody else in a GT3 Mercedes, but almost 3 tenths up right now on their best time. Oh, just catching that inside curb there, upsetting the chassis. That was nicely done through that first entry. Don't think there's going to be a huge improvement here, but maybe enough to just give them a little gap. Even Barrett's actually setting the fastest Sector 2 time. And they do move up just a little bit, maybe a little cushion back from this man, Denny Xenon. I say that every time. I'm just going to go with Xenon, like the noble gas. Finishing up their lap, actually 4 tenths up on their best time right now, which could actually net them P2 potentially. Let's see how the exit is on the last corner. Be a short shift there. And moving up into P3 that last time, a 44.3. Marcus Etrich actually into the 43s. Only just, but 43.9 is a pretty impressive time. Jump back with Richard Withall now as he's up on his lap time. Only 4 minutes left of qualifying, so all of those drivers in the pits may need to think about going out now if they do want a final chance on low fuel. Maybe a little bit of slipstream available here for Richard as those 2 cars just ahead. Quite close together, but I think he might be close enough to get the slipstream, but you don't want to get so close where they're going to hold you up. That McLaren and Porsche ahead really close together now, almost battling through turn 10. Oh, and that yellow McLaren just on the power too early. There we see that V line. I think a lot of people will be taking that. Thrown into the corner there. Still up on his lap time for Richard Withall. Maybe a top 10 spot for qualifying should he pull this off. timing is actually very, very close between all the drivers right now. Yeah, Richard Whittle up into P9. But just having a look. Bucchini Squadra Corsa. Pavesino. Oh, big drift there. That was a shame because they were actually quite, they were up on their lap time by quite some margin. But sporting the chrome looking BMW. Currently in P7. 3 minutes left of qualifying, so really coming down to it now. Pretty much everybody on the track right now. Just want to scoot up to our provisional pole leader right now. The gap has been closed, only 2 tenths, just under 2 tenths now between P1 and P2. Marcus Etrish actually on personal best pace right now. With so little time left, there might be time running out to try and challenge him for it. But yeah, just looking at the timings, P1 to all the way down to P14 is within 2 seconds of each other, so very, very close. Each car really, really close to the next one in qualifying time, so this is going to be really interesting to check out. Back on with Pavesino. Oh, just losing the rear again at turn 10. They were actually about 6 tenths up on their best lap time there, which would have given them probably top 4 in qualifying. That's a shame, but they probably have enough time. Yeah, they definitely have enough time to start another lap. Back with Etrish, going to pull out an even bigger gap. 43.8, blistering pace. The Team WRT car, the actual Valentino Rossi livery. Pablo Alcoba, currently P14, will improve on this lap. Only by a couple of tenths, so not able to move up the standings at all. Mr. President currently 3 tenths up on their best time, still with that Sector 2 best on track. Again, might be able to get close enough to, I think that's, yeah, the McLaren in front. Maybe able to net a little slipstream down the final corner. 30 seconds left in qualifying, so this is the last chance for a lot of these drivers now. Even Ballett's currently 3 tenths up. Another person who's 3 tenths up is Tristan Bullwinkle in the Grid Finder car, and will get some slipstream from that Porsche. May be able to squeeze pole position out here at the last lap. Maybe not, but a bigger gap for him. Yeah, takes a tenth off of his best time. Back now with Even Ballett's. He actually made the move there down into turn 10. And based on his current delta, might be able to take P2 for qualifying, and that's it, qualifying over. This is last chance saloon for a lot of these drivers, or all of these drivers, as the timers tick down to 0. And it, oh, it's so close. Will he take P2? Oh, P3. 2/100th of a second off of P2. Stonking lap. Laura Zeiss also up on her lap time. Might be able to move up a couple of positions for the start of the race. I think she will. She's handled that Bentley really well through the final sector. Moves up into P5. I think this will be the last person we're waiting for. Stefan Kroll of Fricadelli Racing Team. Currently sitting P16, but up on their lap time by quite a bit right now. Half a second or so as they make the run down to turn 10. The last sector now, really important. Ooh, a little bit wide over that sausage curb there. didn't invalidate their lap, so they are still on for this. 7/10 now, up on their best lap time, so ooh, maybe 13th, 14th maybe. Let's see as they round the final corner. Good exit there on the power, extremely early. Very tidy through the last corner. And up into P15, so one more position for the Fricadelli Racing Porsche. And we'll wait for this session to begin. Just looking at your starting grid, Marcus Attrich, P1, quite commanding quali laps there, just nobody really able to touch them. Bollwinkel and Zeffre in that McLaren in P2, Mr. President P3, the Audi R8 of Xenon, and T. Hatcher P4, Laura Zeiss in the Bentley Continental GT3 P5, Pavasino in the BMW M4 GT3 P6, Hartmann, who we've seen a lot of before, P7, Stephen Maudsley in the McLaren, that's P8, P9 for Bjorn Jorgensen, Withers Wizards in P10, Hannah Ickler, I believe that's the other red Kiwi racing car, the BMW M4 coming into P11, Chris Barnes, Jacob, I think it's Jacob Langevin, P12 and 13th respectively. Pablo Alcoba, who was in the the Valentino Rossi liveried Audi in P14. Stefan Kroll, Lucas Schumacher, P15 and P16. And then, yeah, everybody else kind of rounding out the grid. Hoping to see a good start here. And yeah, sun not quite fully out, track a lot cooler than it actually was, and we do have some clouds on the track. And I will leave you just for a second as the timer counts down and we begin the formation lap, and I will be back before the start of the race. Just gotta get some more coffee.
light, green light. Go, go, go.
Oh goddamn! We're here. The race has begun. That's my bad. Marcus Etrish holding P1 quite well. No drama so far further down the track. Oh, a little bit as I just click over that. I think was Langevin making contact with one of the Bentleys. Much shorter formation lap than I thought it would be. That McLaren just going a little wide, and the Aston Martin might be moving up there. Apologies, and Schumacher all the way back. So that's who we saw at the beginning. Moving off of the track there. Marcus Etrish kind of running away with things. Even Badatz moving down a position into P4. And the light not quite out, headlights still on, and the field backs up into turn 10. Some moves going down there. Withall looking like he's moving up 3 wide out into the apex of turn 10. The McLaren there just forced a little bit wide. Whoops. Oh, I didn't want that. Phew. Some nose to tail action here through the final corner. Sorry, I missed the start. I thought I had more time than I did. Aziz right on the back of Ivan Badatz now. Into turn 3 they go, not quite close enough to think about a move. Schumacher's making his way back up the field after that incident at turn 1. See if we can't get a replay of that real quick. Oh, nothing. Oh, weird. Okay. Race control not doing its job. Oh, and a huge barrel through the barriers there at turn 8. So what happened? Oh yeah, the McLaren there just going really wide through the corner. Not able to make a recovery at all. Even Badatz has actually been passed by Laura Zeiss, but he will have a run down into turn 1 potentially. Will he look to the inside? He does. Lets him know they're there earlier, and he will have the inside for turn 1. Side by side they go. These guys furiously battling it out. Through turn 3 they go. More action behind that I can't keep up with. We've got a drive through for Langevin. That lap 1 incident. Not quite sure what happened there, but this battle's still raging on for P4. And behind them, Pavasino holding off the Ferrari and the McLaren behind him. Oh, sorry, Aston Martin. Two big heavy cars lumbering through the faux chicane there. Etrish setting the fastest lap by a good 6/10 right now, so another dominant display maybe from that pole position car as we saw last time around. Looks like Hartmann in the middle of this battle. Everybody's still really, really close together. Don't think we're going to see too many moves too early on through this chicane. But the Ferrari there you saw much later on the brakes and really, really close to the BMW ahead. And let's see if they'll have the run down into turn 1. We'll have a good slipstream, but that BMW is quite rapid in a straight line. Moves to the inside, rapid move there. Mr. President still right on the rear of the Bentley ahead of him, and the BMW of Pavicino goes quite wide over the sausage curbs, spits the back end of the car out, and that will give the position to Hartmann. He'll say thank you very much. And now under pressure from Jorgensen. Will he make the move down into turn 4? No, not quite close enough. Check in with GT4. Kovac still in the lead by a good couple of seconds, 3 seconds or so. Hurtle rounding out the end of the grid as he makes a move on Valentino Rossi there. And have another one as the Porsche goes wide at turn 1. Rob Phillips after starting back of the grid in Team Speed Car. Driving alongside Milt, I believe, in the little Alpine, doing quite well for himself. Up into, that's P3? P3 in GT4 class. Go back up to this battle between Bjorn Jorgensen and Pavicino. Oh, and contact there from the Porsche, just spitting the McLaren of Barnes there. Connor Barnes around at the final corner. Back up to this battle again. There's so much I can't keep up with it, but Ivan Badats looking to make the move again at turn 1 on Laura Zeiss. Not able to do so. I think the Bentley just has that much more grunt down the straight line. Forced to play catch up once again. Go to this battle, Hannah Ickler, the other Red Kiwi racing car. This time it's the BMW M4, right on the back of Thompson there in that McLaren. Maybe looking to have a move as the Porsche and McLaren still going at it. Connor Barnes having to defend quite heavily. Hannah Ickler around the inside of turn 4 there. Really nice move. Will they make it stick? McLaren does have the inside. Maybe looking to cut back off of the exit. These guys are really close together. Looking to make up track position as early as they can. Oh, and someone's gone wide there. That is the Porsche. It's Telschaft, Chris Telschaft in that Porsche. Just a little too late on the brakes there into turn 7 and 8. On the run down to turn 10. Not close enough to think about a move. Maybe a good run down onto the final corner for Hannah Ickler might net her the top 10 place. Langevin, multiple causing a collision, and the drive-through was actually updated to a stop-go 30, which is even worse. I think they're noting the collision there onto turn into the final chicane. These guys side by side, Pavicino and Jorgensen still going at it. Bit too much action for me to keep up with. And that will probably be a track limits warning for Pavicino as he just goes a little bit deep onto the exit of turn 3. Just go back up to this battle as the Porsche Chris Telschaft still right on the rear of this battle, hoping to capitalize on any mistakes made from these drivers. Oh, a little wide there from the McLaren. The curbs there can really upset your exit speed. That Porsche on the back really getting into the thick of it now. One of the Audis there just pulling aside. I wonder what that was all about. This Porsche really not giving up any quarter here. Wanting to stay on the back of this BMW for as long as possible. Try and get the slipstream if they can. I think the Porsche might be a little outstrengthed on the main straight compared to the two cars ahead of him. But a great exit there. Oh, a bit too wide actually from Talschaft. And that will compromise his exit. Just want to hop up to the battle for P3 in GT3. Denny Zenon made it up to P3, and now Laura Zeiss right on the back. See just how close they are as they make the run down to turn 3 or 4. All of the cars kind of slipping at the front there as they make their way into the little hairpin. I just want to go up here. We've got a furious battle going on here. James Thompson and Talschaft and Ickler and Barnes all together now. All four, a little pack of 4 cars all together. This is mental. Covering off the inside well there. Talschaft getting a much better exit. He's going to have a fantastic run down onto turn 10 if he gets this corner right. Everybody's so close together. And just a huge throng of cars. Massive swing to the inside for Talschaft, but not close enough to get the inside line into 10. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars all within 5/10 of each other right here. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Everybody got to be very careful. Talschaft almost making a move stick there. And this is actually helping out the McLaren of Thompson quite a bit, allowing him to get around. Oh, someone's gone into the pits there. Surely a move must be on here. Look how close they are now. Covering off the inside is Barnes. Back onto the racing line. Talschaft sticks onto the inside. Will he make this move stick? He does. Great move there into P11 for Talschaft. And that was Langevin in the pits going to serve his stop-go 30. Barnes now under insane pressure from Hannah Ickler. And Hannah Ickler will have that inside line. Turn 3. Nice move there to get ahead. That was crazy! 6 cars all so close together. Just want to hop back up to this battle that's still going for P3. All about the exit here. And we've seen even Ballots make that move into turn 1 again, so I wonder if they'll be able to put the move on again. Maybe not quite close enough, and the Bentley just stretching its legs. He does move to the inside. I'm not sure he has the overspeed to make it work. He doesn't. Or Aziz actually making a move there on Zenon. Didn't quite pay off for him, but Zenon in a prime position now to kind of run away with P3 as these two battle furiously behind. None of them quite close enough to make a difference to him. Move down into turn 3 perhaps, not quite. Petrish now 3 seconds up the road from P2. A comfortable lead to begin this race. 15 minutes gone. Got a car causing a collision warning for car 195. Not seeing them on my timing screen. Oh, that's Telshaft. Just a warning. Oh, and Laura Zisa there, a little bit wide on the exit of turn 9. Holding the inside of turn 10. Mr. President may be looking to cut back. Not quite. And now we're seeing GT4 traffic come into play. This is the battle for P4. There you see that last place GT4. Oh, munching the inside curb there. Very courteous to let the GT3s behind go. And down again on the run to turn 1 for Ivan Barats. Not sure he's quite close enough because that Bentley seems to be absolutely rapid in a straight line. Just want to hop down if I can to this battle. Richard Withall with Withall's Whizzers right on the back of Connor Barnes. Two McLarens going at it. Very close together. Again, I don't think he's quite close enough to make a move, but jumping back up with Chris Telshaft. Still trying to make the move on Thompson. We've seen him make that move at turn 1 before, but not quite close enough, and very close there. Oh, almost a little bit of contact. It looked like he may have just been bouncing over the curbs. But Telshaft not, making his presence felt known to that McLaren ahead. Under a lot of pressure now, hoping to just capitalize on the mistake. So close now are these two. Not able to make the move into the hairpin. But the exit traction of the Porsche absolutely unmatched. Taking a lot of curb there. See just how close they are. And the McLaren so much quicker, and that's Ivan Barats. What happened there? Caught in a gaggle of GT3s, it looks like. Oh, and Hurtle. It looks like Hurtle may have just gotten caught in the thick of it. Didn't look like he had anywhere to go. A real shame there. Real shame there as Barats spat down into P13 after battling for so long for P3. Starting P3, so a recovery drive begins for him, and we've got Chris Telshaft again right on the rear of Thompson. Thompson holding the inside. Oh, and just over slowing there maybe a little bit. Oh, and just nowhere to go. Trying to force the move up the inside, but Telshaft looking like he just missed out a little bit. Whoops. Oh, and Hurtle again. In the thick of it, not really anywhere to go. And another gaggle of cars has formed right here. James Thompson, Telshaft, Hannah Ickler now joining the party at the rear. And that Porsche very wide over the curbs, and that will probably cause some issues here into turn 9. That's where we saw Barats get spat out by Hurtle. Oh, and you just saw Hannah Ickler there having to take evasive action from the GT4. Connor Barnes actually did make the move on Ickler there, but a bit too wide into turn 10, very deep. Now these three cars all very close together as they finish their final lap, or not final lap, but final corners of the lap. So far there's been too much action to keep up on, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's hard when I want to show everything. Flashing the lights there for the GT4. Need them out of the way so that they can continue this battle. Telshaft again up ahead. Trying to make the move into turn 1, not going to happen. Telshaft already, as we know, did get that warning. So more collisions might not help his case anymore. There you see Rob Phillips. Whee, there you go. Still P3 in GT4 class. Do have a battle actually in GT4 class for P3. This is Stavarsky on the back of Alcoba. The gap just pulled out a little bit there. I wonder if anything happened to them. Another red Kiwi Bentley. So both Bentleys are red Kiwi Bentleys. Trying to navigate this Porsche GT4 just holding its line there. Not obliged to move out of the way. Oh, and the Porsche goes very deep into the chicane there. It's going to hold up everyone behind him and stack up this group a little as they all head down to turn 1. Just holding the inside line is Schumacher. Maybe letting his teammate go there. Probably blue flagged, I think. We'll go back up to this battle. Telshaft actually nowhere to be seen around here. Oh, he's pulled out a gap, I see, so something must have happened. But Thompson now under pressure from Hannah Ickler as they round turn 1. Chris Barnes and Richard Withall very close behind, as you see Rob Phillips also caught up in the party. Ivan Badats with a 10-second penalty for a collision with, I think that might have been Peter Hurtel, it was. So stewards have deemed that incident to be Badats' fault, as he was the overtaking car, and it is the overtaking car's responsibility to pass safely. And Ickler looking up the inside, but this McLaren's been calm as you like, under so much pressure. He has let Telshaft through, and Telshaft's been unleashed and pulled out a 4-second gap already. These three cars really going at it. Up ahead, Denny Zenon and Laura Zeiss. Oh, that's why Schumacher let them through, because these guys are battling for P3. Schumacher rounding out the back of the GT3 grid. Be a bit of team orders there in the voice channel to let them through. And a bit of slipstream always helps. I don't think Ickler's going to be close enough to make the move this time, so we will jump back over to... sorry, Laura Zeiss wouldn't be able to make the move, but Hannah Ickler still on the back of this yellow McLaren. As I was saying, under so much pressure. And the McLaren taking the inside, trying to rely on some flat-out speed, but BMW power coming through. Holding the inside, great defending from the BMW. Oh, and Connor Barnes just turns around Laura Zeiss there. Or Hannah Ickler, I should say. Bit of a safety punt, and I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that right now, but just up ahead. Zeiss still right on the back of P3, Denny Zenon. And another man that's really, really great at withstanding pressure is Zenon. We've seen him in this situation a lot of times before, where he's just got so many cars behind him, but he's able to just keep it calm. Keep everything ticking along. Bit late on the brakes there. They're rounding themselves into the final chicanes. See the Bentley swinging out wider, just trying to get that exit maximized. A little bit wide there. That sausage curb really can compromise your exit. This Audi is still looking absolutely insanely fast down the straight. Seen how fast the Bentley can be down the straight, but it's just not been able to keep up with the little Audi. Ivan Balatz moved himself down into P13. He does have that 10-second time penalty, but right on the back of Hannah Ickler. So this battle up ahead, these 6 cars that you can see all in this group, looking like it might get even more close. Fastest lap time so far has been a 44.8 from Ettrish. 4 seconds behind him, only a tenth slower with a 44.9 is Bolvinkel. And we've got a 10-second penalty for that incident that we saw earlier from Connor Barnes onto the rear of Ickler, I believe it was. Oh, and Balatz getting caught around again. Maybe just didn't have anywhere to go. That Bentley slowing up ahead of him. His day going from bad to worse, it seems. A real shame. This battle still going on. One of the perpetual battles we've seen. Laura Zeiss hard on the back of Zenon. Just gets a little bit closer every single time I switch over. See already just the Audi able to get on the power that much quicker and just utilize its flat out speed that much more. Maybe Laura Zeiss just holding on to the back and not too worried about trying to make the move so early in the race. We do have 3.5 hours left to go. Richard Withall still on the back of Connor Barnes. Connor Barnes with a 10-second penalty though, so track position not absolutely essential to have halfway through this first stint or so. Lots of action so far, just the first half an hour. And there's already been too much to keep up on. I want to take you to a little GT4 battle here between Tobias Karger and Stavarsky. Quite close together, lap times are somewhat similar. Actually, Karger lapping about, last lap, about 7/10 quicker. Stavarsky and the Mercedes ahead. See just how much faster the little Porsche is through the corners. And have we seen, I think we may have seen a retirement from Balatz. I believe we have seen a retirement from Barrett, so as I was saying, his day getting from bad to worse. And this is where the little Porsche shines through these couple of corners here, so maybe being able to make a move into turn 10 is their plan. Absolutely munching that curb. A bit more traction from the Mercedes ahead. All very close together. The Porsche able to brake that much later. Concertinaing around turn 10. Interesting line there from the Mercedes. I know in the Mercedes you can absolutely take that inside curb there. The sun just peeking over the horizon there. Things lightening up on the track means the track will start warming up. We'll see the lap times start to increase. So a 44.8 from Ettrish up in P1 might be the fastest lap we see today. Oh, and just tapping the gravel there was Karger. These guys still going at it. Looks like Connor Barnes made the move on Thompson there. Thompson finally giving in to that pressure, but Barnes with that 10-second penalty, maybe Thompson not too worried about giving that one up. The sunlight now really reflecting off the track. It's going to start warming up real soon. 25 degrees Celsius is the track and ambient temperature right now. Saw it up into the 31s during qualifying. Oh. Into the pits goes Thompson, so an early pit stop, maybe some damage. Elshaft again, into the thick of it. Now he's on the back of Pavicino. Make a move around the outside maybe of turn 3, no. Flashing, I don't know why you're flashing. You're racing him. Oh, aggressive move there into the inside, trying to cut, far too aggressive. Just dumping Pavicino around, and the stewards will not be happy with that, I'm sure. Much too aggressive going into turn 6, I think it was. Lorazis still right on the back of Denny Zenon. Into turn 10 they go. Maybe just holding back, not wanting to take track position so early. It's not really essential at this stage of the race. Want to feel out what kind of pit strategy they're on. A little Audi GT4 there taking the hit just to let the GT3s go. The Audi just pulling away on the straights yet again. All about the braking. Zenon feeling like he doesn't have to defend, he can just stay on the racing line and race his own race. Calm under pressure. Got a little three-way battle here in GT4. Stavarsky trying to hold back Karger and Hürtel respectively. Feel like a lot of cars have been caught in the thick of it as Hürtel there just bumping doors with Thompson, I think that is, in the McLaren. Stavarsky will just say thank you very much, I'll just run away. Back up with Lorazis now as they're rounding turn 9. Very close together. Almost nose to bumper on the apex of that corner, but this battle's been going since lap 1 pretty much. And you see every lap, just the traction the Audi can get out of that final corner. Really helping him out down the main straight. Always putting himself just far enough away out of Lorazis' reach. Can't quite seem to make the move stick. Can't seem to get close enough to make a move in the first place. There was that three-way GT4 battle we saw earlier. Hürtel there in a GT3 sandwich. Well done to them for keeping their line. Karger there having to go wide, and that might open him up to Hürtel behind. This is where multi-class racing really gets difficult. You've got multiple cars battling for position, sharing the same track, but the speed differential is just so insane. Got a Ferrari splitting the two cars here. Hürtel still right on the back of the little Porsche of Karger. Karger able to just keep much more momentum going through that corner. And I've missed it. But Laura Zeiss made the move. Laura Zeiss now into P3, but we're going to see if the flat out speed of the Audi can make a difference here down the start finish straight. A bit too far away, about 5 tenths separate these two cars. Nothing will come of that this time around. Oh, a little bit of a slide there from Xenon. Maybe just throwing it too hard there into turn 2. Now a bit of role reversal here. Xenon needs to try and hang on to the back of Zeiss. Somewhat running away with it. 7 tenths now the gap between these two cars. After being released, Laura Zeiss looking like they might take... Oh, and another bit of gravel on the outside there for Xenon. As I was just saying, it's going to allow Zeiss to just pull ahead that much more. A little bit deep into turn 10 though. Showing you that endurance racing is all about consistency. There's the little Alpine of Rob Phillips ahead. Oh, and Laura Zeiss a little bit deep there. Now Xenon very close to the rear of the Bentley. And with that little Alpine ahead, things might change. Alpine just holding its line as it should. It will brake a lot earlier than the two GT3s, which will allow them to move through. Xenon not quite close enough to make a move happen into turn 1. Seems to be the story of this battle. Neither car able to get close enough to each other. This is for P3. Sun there, quite blinding as they round turn 6. It's looking like the Bentley is, and more gravel for Xenon there, but it's looking like the Bentley is much more composed through the medium to low speed corners. Front end weight maybe helping with the suspension and able to get more traction on the front wheels. You do see the Bentley is much more of a flick on turn-in, whereas the Audi is having to be a bit more progressive on its steering inputs. And if Xenon can hold on through these final 3 corners, maybe maximize their exit on the final corner, then they should be able to make a good move into turn 1. But Laura Zeiss dealing with the pressure really well. Langevin back into the pits, not sure if that's a scheduled pit stop. Jump back down with Richard Withall on the back of Connor Barnes. Barnes still with that 10-second penalty. It might be a new 10-second penalty. No, it's the original. Yes. The KTM there really splitting the traffic, and Richard Withall's really lost out there. With the speed of the little KTM, almost matching the McLaren there on the exit of the final corner. The race now, I feel like, has finally settled down. Matthew Marlowe into the pits right now. Again, not sure if that's a scheduled stop. Your race leader at the moment, Marcus Ettrich, doing a fantastic job. I'm not 100% sure. I can look into it, but I'm not sure if Ettrich has finished P1 in a race. I know they've always finished high up, but this could be their day. Consistent lap times, their best, as you see in the bottom right corner there, 1:44.8, and their last a 1:44.9. So some excellent consistency from the Audi R8 Evo 2. I thought I would see more Audis, to be honest. Only 3. 26 cars left in the race, especially after Mr. President's retirement. Unfortunate as it was, just caught up, it seemed. Had nowhere to go. Richard Withall back on the rear of Connor Barnes. Were able to make up the gap quite quickly. These guys' last lap times very similar. 1:46.1 from Connor Barnes and a 1:46.2 from Withall. Car 805 had a disconnect, but they are back now. That's why Matthew Marlowe was in the pits. So back again. Still on the back of Barnes, but I shouldn't imagine that they would be in a huge rush to get past. Well, Alcoba, who looked like they had some issues at the beginning of the race, back up into P17. Your leader in GT4 class, Kovacs, the Raven West car. Oh, listen to that. Quite a sizable gap, actually. A 3-lap lead, it seems. 2.5 laps between Kovacs and Rob Phillips. Rob Phillips, after starting back of the grid, now finds himself P2 in class and a comfortable gap to the car behind. That car behind is Stavarsky, who is under attack from Peter Hürtel. The might of the Mercedes, I think, down the straight isn't enough. Well, it's too much, rather, for the KTM. Porsche there, just squeezing past, thank you. Go back up to Richard Withall as he passes Rob Phillips. Still on the back of Connor Barnes. Gap's been quite constant. About half a second or so between the two, and looks like he's actually gaining on this lap, so maybe a push lap from Richard Withall, trying to make the move work before pit stops start happening. And no stint timers today, I believe. But we should see pit stops happening around the hour mark, is when I would say those will start happening. There's this battle, and Hürtel still right on the rear of Stavarsky. Nice simple livery there. I quite like the colours on that one. Not often you see KTMs in the endurance races, and the Porsche splitting the difference between the two cars there. Now you see the sun baking down onto the track. Peter Hürtel actually last lap half a second quicker than Stavarsky in front, so especially these slower corners, Stavarsky a little bit deep onto the into that corner. They are nose to bumper through the final corner. Trying to get the slip, but you see just how much quicker that Mercedes is in a straight line. Just pulls away. And Cargo actually with a 5-second penalty for causing a collision with car 154. That's Hannah Ickler. Not quite sure what happened there. That earlier incident with this man, Chris Telshaft, that we saw at the turn 6 hairpin, deemed to be a racing incident. So getting away lightly is Chris Telshaft. And on to the back again of Bjorn Jorgensen in the Aston Martin. Definitely not close enough to make a move here. We'll jump back down with this battle in GT4. Little KTM really putting pressure on the Mercedes now. Oh, they're so close. Is he going to have the outside line? No, doesn't have the overspeed to make it work. That glorious sunrise. Light washing over the track there. Quite pretty. I have to say ACC has probably some of the best lighting in sim racing. Just a shame it's so demanding to run. Easily one of the prettiest sim racing titles out there. Hürtel looking like he wants to make a move into the chicane. Doesn't quite make it work. Well defended from Stavarsky, but onto the back they go. I feel like if Hürtel wants to make this move work, he's going to have to make it before the straight, because he just cannot close the gap on the straight. Jump back up with Telshaft, just past the GT4 leader of Kovacs there. As they make their way into the final 3 corners. We've seen the Porsche be very, very strong through these final corners. As I said earlier, the Aston Martin getting a nice little buff in the last update. Looks very, very tidy through that last corner, which wasn't always the case, as personal experience will tell you. Yeah, Aston Martin looking quite rapid on the straight. I'm going to move back up to this battle for P3. It's still happening. Denny Zenon still on the back of Laura Zeiss. Laura made that move that we unfortunately did not see. But I have a feeling we'll see more moves between these two, more overtaking. As I was saying, the race is settling down, but now it seems to be picking up again just before pit stops might become a thing. Everybody trying to maximize their times as pit window kind of comes upon us. A little wide again went Zenon maybe. And we'll see here. Maybe a bit of a fight back into turn 1. Seen it so many times before. See him gaining through the corner. It's looking like a move might be on here. Very close indeed. A ton of slipstream. Oh, just trying to defend the inside there was Zeiss. Zenon not able to have enough speed to make the move work. Good defending from Zeiss there. aggressive, but not too aggressive. It was looking like the same issue that Hurtle was having, not being able to make things happen on the straight because the car ahead is just too fast in other parts of the track. We'll jump up to this as Telschaft makes the move on Jorgensen at turn 4. GT4 traffic might have had something to do with that. Able to make that move stick. Telschaft's lap time actually about 6/10 quicker than Jorgensen on the last time around. Back up with this battle for P3. Xenon really trying to make a move happen now. And they are so close to each other. Some GT4 traffic and another GT3 ahead just to make things a bit more spicy. Oh, and the Bentley having to go early on the brakes there. Xenon having to kind of abort the corners almost. Porsche well within its rights to keep its racing line. Goes outside this time around. Nice courtesy from them, car 69. That's Cargo actually having a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. Xenon's and Laura Zeis's lap times practically identical. Lap 29. Very, very close to each other, so their paces so even. Might actually just come down to strategy in the end. Like Hurtle back behind. Oh, and that's Zeiss! I just looked at my timing screen and Zeiss! See what happened there. Oh, that Porsche just... I think Zeiss just maybe wanted to have the corner. Porsche maybe just didn't see them, and that's unfortunate, but not too much time lost, as GT4 traffic is the great equalizer, it seems. But we've now got Hartmann joining the party in the Ferrari between these three cars. This is the battle for P3 in GT3. That's Stavarsky in there in the Mercedes, just making things a little bit difficult for everyone. Dunkler Ben in the chat, they won't do that. Zeiss 156 and Xenon, they know each other and they know how to drive with each other. They know how to drive together. That's quite apparent, it seems. Seem to know each other's strengths, where the other's fast, where the other's slow. Xenon able to just pull out a little bit of a gap after that lap, but now Laura Zeiss under pressure from Hartmann behind in the Ferrari. Pit window well and truly open now. The undercut is quite strong here. If they can make it work, pitting to overtake might be a thing. Have to wait and see. Hurtle's kind of caught up to the back of Stavarsky behind, only about 8/10 separating them. But GT3 traffic making things really difficult for them. Cars going right, cars going left. Oh, Aston, don't make things difficult. That's Jorgensen around the inside, kind of forcing the issue there. Hurtle losing out. Back up to this battle now for P3 again. Cars kind of evening each other out. Got Denny, Xenon, Laura Zeiss, Hartmann, all in the mix for P3 before the first pit stop, so might see some strategy come into play here, as these cars probably don't want to be so close to each other after pitting. Whether they box opposite or box the same, we'll have to keep an eye on. A little bit further back, Peter Bjorn Jorgensen's caught up to the back of Telschaft. Telschaft, we've seen, has been on a really aggressive run this first stint. Telschaft actually a solo driver, so Whether they can keep this level of intensity up for another 3 hours, it remains to be seen. The corner exit traction making things work for the little Porsche. Got a 5-second penalty for car 73, that's Lucas, for causing a collision with 156, that's Laura Zeiss. So that was the incident that saw Zeiss have to relinquish P3 to Denny Zenon. With these pit stops moments away, sure those penalties will come into play. This battle's still going on. I'm quite impressed actually how long this has gone on for. Pace between these three cars, I should say, Zenon, Zeiss and Hartmann, only about 2/10 in it. Oh, Audi there bottoming out over the curb. Might compromise his overall speed. There's Rob Phillips, still P2 in class in GT4. So Alcoba into the pits now, maybe looking up to shuffle up racing order a little bit, and so with one coming into the pits, usually when the others start to follow suit. Jorgensen actually got past Telshaft there. Let's have a look and see what happened. Go down. Oh, I missed it. I love this race control app, but the replay functionality not very good. These guys really close to each other, so that was Hartmann on Zeiss as Bollwinkel's into the pits. Bjorn Jorgensen actually not too far behind Hartmann here. Zenon has actually pulled out a little gap of about 1.3 seconds, as you can see. Zeiss having to kind of fend off the pressure from the Ferrari behind. So Bollwinkel was actually P2, if you remember, into the pits right now. So maybe trying to get an undercut on Etrich and try and force him to pit. Rob Phillips keeping out of the way nicely there. Splitting the difference between the two GT3s, and Zenon's going to have a field day with this. Traffic and battles behind will allow him to run away just at that little bit much more. 1.4 seconds the gap between Zenon and Zeiss now, so pulling out a little bit of a lead might be a great time for a pit stop. That's the biggest gap these guys have been apart all race, so now might be a good time to trigger that pit stop. But Zeiss actually pulling ahead of Hartmann, about a 10th quicker that last lap round, or about 4/10 quicker I should say. Still under a lot of pressure. See if anybody makes it into the pits. Not this time around. Just want to see where Etrich is rounding let's turn 3. Maybe trying to go a little bit longer. Does have an 18-second gap to Zenon. Telshaft into the pits now. Back up with the battle for P3. As Bollwinkel is released onto the track in P11. First trying to keep my eyes open for anybody else coming into the pits. Jump down to this because this battle's still kind of happening between Peter Hürtel and Stavarsky. Hürtel not letting things lie down easily. Ooh, maybe just touching the gravel there. Make things difficult for him to gain any kind of momentum around turn 3. Kovacs still 3 laps ahead of Rob Phillips. So barring any huge incidents, Going to be interesting to see if anybody can catch Kovacs, but the might of the Maserati really not being challenged at all. Hartmann now really onto the back of Laura Lies. That's the first hour of this 4-hour race done. 3 hours to go. Lots of people still to make a pit stop. No one into the pits this time around for this little battle. Hartmann, I think, not able to keep up on the straight. Bentley is just absolutely rapid down this start-finish straight. Not going to be close enough to make a move. Someone who is close enough to make a move is the essential P2 runner, Tristan Bullwinkel. In that grid finder, McLaren really close now to the to Hannah Ickler ahead. Maybe looking to cut back here. Things might get messy in this last sector. We've got some GT4 traffic just ahead as well. This McLaren looking really sharp through the corners. If they're able to make a move, that's Richard Withall and Connor Barnes are into the pits. Connor Barnes taking his 10-second penalty, remember. Bullwinkel moving up the inside. Textbook turn 1 move, and he'll be released. Try and fight his way back up the order. This battle's still happening. That's Peter Hürtel. Still on the back of Stivarsky. You see Bullwinkel right behind actually, so that GT4 traffic I was saying just ahead was this battle. Not quite close enough to make a move. Traffic making things really difficult, as I was saying, and that's Etrish. Wait, Etrish into the pits. Danny Zenon is the current race leader. But for how long? Because they still have to make their pit stop. Hartmann still on the back of Zeiss. Just want to jump up to this battle as other Red Kiwi racing Bentley of Luca Schumacher right on the back of Richard Withall now. Withall holding the inside line, defending hard. Fresh tyres for Withall as he's just come out of the pits. So desperately trying to fire those tyres up, get them going, while having to defend from the Bentley behind. Hartmann up ahead, still right on the back of Laura Zeiss. Close enough this time around to make the move, perhaps. Too much battling going on. Pit stops have thrown everything into the wind. Talshaft makes a move on Manriquez. Just caught that there. Another textbook turn 1 move back up to here. Jean-Michel Hartmann. Oh, both of them into the pits at the same time. Interesting. So this will be a pit stop battle then. Let's see who gets released first. We'll go back with Schumacher still on the back of Richard Withall. Red Kiwi cars putting on a great show for us today, as they did last time around. Still not close enough to make a move into turn 1. Hürtel still right on the rear of Stivarsky. He just will not go away. Let's see, last laps, literally 1/1500th of a second between these two cars on the last time around. Hartmann into the pits, Jorgensen into the pits, Zeiss in the pits. Do want to see when these guys get released. There goes Hartmann. You see the jacks just lowering there on Zeiss behind, so Hartmann making the move in the pit lane. All comes down to the stop, and we will go back to this as Hürtel's really caught on to the back of Stavarsky now. Laura Zeiss, you see just behind, I think that's Laura Zeiss there. Talschaft with a drive-through. Probably be speeding in the pits. That will do that. I know about that all too well. Oh, and the Bentley there making things a little bit difficult for the Mercedes. That's going to give Hürtel the inside lines. Squeeze him out just a little bit. And the Bentley's offline there. Around the outside. Turn 6. These guys. Oh, and Hürtel's made the move stick. Oh, and the red Kiwi Bentley there just gone straight. Wonder what happened there, but Hürtel made the move stick very nicely indeed. And that GT3 car will split the difference between them two. I believe that is Talschaft. We've seen in some incidents already this time around, or this race. Good job from Hürtel there, making the move work. Xenon into the pits right now, as well as Pavasino. So the lead car right now, Romanovsky, in that Invictus Audi. About 8 seconds, the gap between Bollwinkel and Romanovsky. Talschaft into the pits to make their drive-through, or serve their drive-through penalty. Hartmann, Laura Zeiss actually down into P11. I wonder what happened there. There's a 5-second penalty for Lucas. That will be, I think, for this. See if anything. Oh yeah. That was the move, sorry, that actually sent off Zeiss. That's why Zeiss is down in P11. Stavarsky not really relinquishing any gap between himself and Hürtel. About a second between them, but we've seen this Mercedes do very well so far. These two cars, Hürtel and Stavarsky, still to pit, and Rob Phillips behind has pitted. Expected to see Rob Phillips retake P2 in GT4 class. Just go up to this battle as Bikini Squadra Corsica onto the back of Richard Whittle. About a second between them, but much less than the second Hartmann and T. Hatcher. That's Xenon's teammate, I believe. These guys still going at it. This team still battling for P3. Ferrari looking very, very quick through turn 3. GT4 traffic is gonna make things difficult. Well done to the GT4 car for keeping out of trouble there. A little bit deep goes the Audi into turn 6. Ickler into the pits. The Audi not taking the first left-hander inside curb all that much. Oh, and touching the gravel there, that's going to allow the Audi there to pull out a gap. Ickler into the pits. Anybody left still to pit. Lucas in the pits, Hürtel and Stavarsky still need to pit. believe some of the GT4s still needing to pit as well. Hartmann really trying to put the pressure on Hatcher in front. And there's your GT4 leader of Kovacs in the Maserati. I think we may have had an issue here with Ilomis. I'm not gonna try. Sorry. The Bikini Squadra Course BMW. Just saw, I think, I can already tell what happened here. Just went straight at turn 8 there, causing him some issues. So they were actually battling themselves and Laura Zeiss. But back up with Hartmann. Still only about 9/10 between Hartmann and Thatcher. So Thatcher's starting to feel the rhythm of things, get in the groove. Banging out some lap times. Last lap for Hatcher, 1:46.1. Last lap for Hartmann, a 46.7. So about 6/10 difference in pace between these two cars as it stands. Anything can happen though. Bullwinkle's actually closed the gap down in general. Still about 8.5 seconds between themselves and P1. I think it was about 20 seconds or so before the pit stop, so that early pit stop for Bullwinkle paying some dividends. Only about a 10th or so difference on their best laps between P2 and P1. Stavarsky into the pits. Lucas still in the pits. Hurtle moves up into P2 for now, but still with a pit stop to make. Wonder how much fuel they've got left. They can't have that much. Probably only a couple more laps left. Hartmann last lap putting in a personal best, 44.9, on pace with the leaders. Actually a couple tenths faster than Romanovsky's last lap, so maybe P1 isn't sewn up just yet. Lucas still in the pits. Wonder if that's a retirement or if it's damage. Back up with Hartmann. Round turn 10 they go. Just going by the numbers, Hartmann pace is a little quicker, a little bit deep there into the chicane. Hartmann quicker around the track than Hatcher. Just not able to find anywhere to make a move. This back marker here might cause issues for the Ferrari, but he will take the slipstream. Back marker goes early on the brakes, which is very courteous. Released onto the back of Hartmann once again. Jump back down to a battle further down the grid for P13. We just saw these two cars getting passed by Hartmann actually. But the two Porsches of Schultz and Stewart. Equal machinery, but maybe not equal setups. Hasn't got much hotter. So tyres wouldn't have changed that much, only 1 degree difference I think from the beginning of the race. Schultz is really moving now onto the back of Stewart ahead. he looked like he wanted to make the move there, but thought twice about it. Actually a very difficult move to make corners, difficult corner to make moves into. The track just seems far too narrow, so you always want to think about it, but it is quite difficult to do. Oh, very close there. Porsche ahead early on the brakes with Stewart. I don't think that was intentional, just different philosophies of taking that corner. Big slipstream maybe for Martin Schulz. Will he look to the inside? Oh, maybe. Thought about it. It looked like he hesitated for just a second there. Maybe losing a bit of time because of said hesitation. Guys will be left to fight it out. This is the only really close battle. He goes down the inside into turn 4. Great move. Made that stick, really forced the issue just later on the brakes there. Schultz's last lap actually about 2 seconds, second and a half or so faster than Stewart behind, so maybe relieved to be released. About half a minute gap for Schultz to reach that car ahead, that BMW. Benny BTV, the other red Kiwi car. And there you see the race leader. Just want to jump up to this. Talschaft trying to make a move on Kritzben. That's Bjorn Jorgensen's teammate. We've seen that move go wrong for Talschaft before, but he makes it stick this time. What a great move there from Talschaft, getting it done cleanly this time. Hartmann's pace actually quickest on track last time out, last lap around. Almost quickest. Bollwinkel was actually quickest. About 3/10, 1:45.7 that last time around. Romanovsky's last lap of 46.6. So we're seeing that gap from Bollwinkel to Romanovsky slowly start to come down. I want to just hop back to this because Will Stewart in the superfast Porsche actually making a bit of a comeback. There's Rob Phillips. Settled himself into P3. Peter Hürtel still hasn't pitted. How have you done that? It's an hour and 20 minutes on 1 tank of fuel. Interesting. Didn't know it could do that, but alright. Oh, the Flyboys Porsche, used to seeing them in an Audi. They've gotten themselves a 5-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Didn't see it, but maybe just putting somebody else at risk while they rejoin the track. And Schultz actually pulling out a gap. So best laps, if we're going off of best laps, Bollwinkel's best lap is 2/1000ths of a second behind Romanovsky's best lap. Or maybe Romanovsky's best lap was actually Ettrich's best lap. But still, as far as the teams go, because they are both teams, not a lot separating these two cars, and Romanovsky lapping it around the 1:46.2s, Bollwinkel lapping it around the 1:45.8s. Bollwinkel actually has the gap now to under 7 seconds, so I don't think P1 is sewn up. Hürtel still has not pitted. Would love to know how much fuel is left in the tank. Can't be a lot by now, surely. And And I'm not sure going this long would benefit. There's only 30 seconds or so to Rob Phillips behind. And I think I can actually look it up. Pit delta here is about 1 minute and 10 seconds, give or take. 1 minute and 4 seconds is the fastest pit stop done. That's by the top 2 cars of Romanovsky and Bullwinkle. Schumacher into the pits. Will Stewart still on the rear of Schultz in front. Closing down the gap, not really letting him get away. But this battle's still gonna rage on for some time, I think. And I'm just... oh, there you go. Hürtel finally into the pits. And Stewart not going to be close enough to make a move this time around. Here is Rob Phillips in the little Alpine. It's looking like he will actually take P2 back with Hürtel in the pits. And there you do see Hürtel in his pit box getting service. Back up to this battle. Oh, we've just joined doing a little bit of craziness, but Hartmann still right on the rear of Hatcher. Hartmann fastest lap, last lap, with a 45.4. Romanovsky looks to be dropping pace. 47.0 was their last lap. Bullwinkle almost gotten the gap down to just 6 seconds, so that battle is coming, it's boiling. And when that happens, we will catch that for sure. But this has been going on pretty much the whole race. This battle for P3, I mean, different cars every time around, but still. P3 is just probably the most contended position this whole race. Oh, and this GT4 traffic is really going to mix things up. Oh, Hatcher having to go outside, and there'll definitely be a move on here into turn 1. Oh, huge dive to the inside, double maneuver. That was wild. Oh, and it just didn't come off for either of them. I'm sure the stewards will definitely take a look at that. And we'll actually take another look at that if we can. Yeah, just too much overspeed from the Ferrari. Didn't have anywhere to go. Both cars turned in late. That's just how it be sometime. It's a real shame to see a battle end like that, but Hatcher getting away now. So Ricky Krebs getting a 10-second penalty for causing a collision under brake checking. Not sure if that was entirely intentional. But the yellow Aston under attack once more from Richard Withall. Looks down the inside, doesn't have enough speed to make the move work. There's a couple battles popping up all around the track as we speak. Withall now right on the rear of Kritzben. Think that's right? Probably isn't, but whatever. And they're side by side heading into turn 4. Withall forcing the issue, just taking that inside line. Yes, thank you very much. Textbook move there. Very nicely done. Interesting. Rob Phillips does take back his P2 in GT4. Take a look at this little battle between Benny BTV and Luana Santos behind in that McLaren. Benny BTV in the other red Kiwi car, the non-Bentley red Kiwi car, and actually just pulling out a gap from Santos behind. I think Santos, this might be their outlap. 22 minutes they've been out, so yeah, they pitted around about the hour mark. And Laura Zeese getting a 10-second penalty for causing a collision, and that was probably that turn 1 incident that we just checked out. So that's a shame. Not only did they get kind of relegated to P8, sorry, we didn't see that one. Bet we can check it out though. Can we? No, I'm not seeing it. So halfway through this second stint, things haven't really calmed down all that much. Bullwinkle now has the gap down to 5 seconds. So if my internal math is correct, then I think Bullwinkle might be able to pit to overtake at the end of this stint. Maybe even catch up before then. But Benny BTV really pulling out, stretching ahead of Santos now. Wild. Been a wild hour and a half so far. Stewards have been insanely busy. Really busy for the stewards, so hats off to them for making this happen. And I just want to take a luxury of a quick comfort break. I know a lot of these racers don't get to do it, especially the ones with the silver on their nameplates. Remember, those guys have no one to hand the car off to. But I will leave you with Tristan Bullwinkle as they chase down the rear of the race leader. 5 seconds now, under 5 seconds the gap. And this battle will come to fruition soon, so I'll leave it here. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I return. So Romanovsky may be a bit told to pick up the pace a little as the gap has fallen down to 6 seconds. Just want to go to this battle as Schumacher taking to the gravel there. Sorry, Schultz taking to the gravel there, which will let Schumacher past for P13. Rob Phillips' pace actually about a tenth faster than Kovac's that last lap around. Gap now a minute and a half, so just under a lap. Santos with the drive-through. Be speeding in the pits. That NTT data McLaren. I don't know why I'm poised to think of IndyCar whenever I think of NTT. An unfortunate drive-through for them. As the red Kiwi Bentley chases back Stewart. Schultz has just fallen behind. He's lost a little bit of pace after taking to the gravel. Yeah, Bolvinkel's pace decreasing. And Romanovsky's pace increasing. These guys side by side, almost a little bit of contact there between the two cars. Almost had that move sewn up into turn 5. The Porsche Stewart going ahead quite deep there into turn 6, 7, 8. Very close now into turn 9. Just feathering the throttle. Great exit there from Schumacher, and that will allow him to run down into turn 10. They are side by side. Oh, bit of contact there, just got turned in on. Stavarsky there moving to the side, out of the way, just compromising their race a little bit, but these guys still going at it. Just a bit of door bashing, rubbing his racing, as they say. Oh, and makes the move as the Porsche goes deep into the chicane. Thank you very much, says Schumacher. Great composure there to stay online and not follow the Porsche offline and go deep. No! Get out of my chat. Good move there from Schumacher, puts themselves up into P11, so they've gained 2 positions in the space of about 2 laps. Let's see. And able to just pull away is Schumacher, about 1.5 seconds a gap, almost 2. They get through sector 1. Been some fantastic racing so far. Let me know in the chat who your driver of the first half of this race is. Best adult dating site. No! I don't want to see it. Ah. I'm enjoying this. Always love commentating on these big endurance races. There's always too much to keep up on. I'm still learning how to do it efficiently and properly, so thank you for bearing with my amateur skills. Laura Zeiss actually catching up to the back of Richard Withall. This is the battle for P6, but they do have a 10-second penalty. And with Klitben about 11 seconds behind, pit stop's going to be everything come another quarter, about another 25 minutes or so. Back marker there, very courteous to stay out of the way. I'll just jump back to Schultz as they are approaching the back of Santos after taking that drive-through penalty. You see them just there at the top of turn 3. Big commitment there to go outside of turn 3. Very easy to understeer wide, but both cars, very good job there of staying online. Bullwinkle now, the gap only down to about 3.5 seconds. See if we'll be able to see, yeah, on the same straight, you just see Bullwinkle in the black McLaren there, just behind. But this battle is coming to fruition now. Romanovsky's last lap time, a 1:49, so must have had an off or something that time around to be able to let basically half the deficit of their lap times. But yeah, as we do approach the halfway point of the race, if you're in the chat, let me know who you think the best driver, best team has been in this first half of the race. I know we've been all over the place. It's been hard to catch everything. I know I haven't seen everyone so far. Let me know. This could be Invictus Sim Racing maiden victory, I believe. I'm actually gonna go check through. Let's see if they've won a race. They have not. I don't believe they have, so this could be their maiden victory. I jump back to Laura Zeiss on the back of Richard Withall. Well, Richard Withall's been he's been in the thick of it this race in P6, so hats off to him. Richard Withall started P10 up into P6, so hats off to him. Someone who's made great gains. Started P26 and is now P5. Telshaft. Laura Zeiss right now really piling the pressure on. See, last lap was about a second faster than Withall, and there she goes, try to make the move side by side round 7 and 8. Still side by side, and they'll go side by side through turn 9. Very difficult to do. And I think Richard Withall there just had to back out ever so slightly to avoid running too wide. But a great move there from Laura Zeiss. If we can't see that again. There it was, the move. So close to each other they were through turn 7 and 8. I think Laura Zeiss just had that much more momentum going through the corner. A great move there from Laura Zeiss. I think for me, Laura Zeiss is the driver of the first hour. For me personally, in some great moves, a couple bonks, but what can you expect? The 4-hour race on this track of all tracks. Bukini Squadra course in the chat. Guillaume? Guillaume? I don't speak French. Mr. Sinon. The cultured Englishman trying to pronounce foreign names is always a good laugh. We have a lot of Europeans, a lot of continental Europeans whose names I cannot pronounce for the life of me, so I am sorry if I have butchered them. GT4's ironed itself out again. Big gaps between every car in GT4, so pace really kind of mismatched between a lot of people. Similar paces would be Nico Werner And Ricky Krebs. These guys are quite similar on pace. Rob Phillips and Kovacs still very similar on pace. Bullwinkle gap now from P2 to P1 is about 5 seconds. Richard Withall not wanting to give up this position so lightly. He's still chasing down the back of Laura Zeiss. About a second difference. Zeiss with that 10-second penalty though, as I said earlier. That will come into play during the pit stops. And that Audi just coasting on the grass to let the cars through. Peter Hürtel there in the little KTM. Withall trying to go outside, but that has slowed him down a little bit. Still within 1 second, just. First try was actually good. Guillaume? I'll say Guillaume, yeah, okay. I don't know French that well. I'm better with the German names, so if you're German, you're probably alright. If you're French, not so much. And then if you're Scandinavian, you got no chance. I just can't. Eastern European names I'm alright with, you know. But yeah, French has always eluded me. I would assume French. I think Guillaume's a French name. I would assume French. If you're Italian, I might get the Italian. I know a little bit of Italian. I'm just waiting for this battle for P1 to come around. The gap has come down considerably since the first pit stop, so I wonder if that, if Bullwinkle's team try and do the undercut again, because it saved them about 12 seconds or so. But to do it again with the current gap. Oh, he's from Belgium. Shows how cultured I am. Belgium, French. I can't say what's the difference because there's a pretty big difference, isn't there? But still. But as I was saying, another undercut from this Gridfinder Racing McLaren could see them take the lead, if not battling for it, at least after pit stops are all said and done. Oh no, Nico Werner is so far behind Ricky because his TV just switched to YouTube in turn 3 and he had to park there for 20 seconds. F's in the chat, boys. I don't know how one accidentally alt tabs, but it seems like that might be the case. I don't know. Belgium equals France. Okay, I know a fair few people that might get upset about that, but alright. I mean, Nico Werner is only 22 seconds behind the car ahead. Not an insurmountable gap. And with Ricky Krebs having a 10-second penalty currently, it's not going to be too bad. About 13 seconds the gap. First time his PC did this, we both don't know why. I mean, yeah, you never know why. But Nico Werner in the little 69 Porsche, nice. Could still make some moves. A lot of time left and anything can happen. This deemed as a racing incident by the stewards. Yeah, we saw that one earlier. I agree with that. Racing incident. Just two cars trying to go where only one can fit, and they're both side by side, and nobody really lunged into it. That is Will Stewart in the HT&G Superfast Porsche GT3. So gaps now kind of settling down as we approach our second pit stop window. Laura's East with that 10-second penalty might just hand Richard Withall P6 after pit stops. About 2 seconds gap separates these guys right now. And Bullwinkle's last lap time, as near as makes no difference, identical to Romanovsky's last lap time. This time around 0.2 faster than Romanovsky, so the gap's still hovering around that 4 seconds. Not really any close battles happening right now, but given how the last pit stop window went, I don't think we'll have to wait long for another round of battling. But as I said at the beginning of the race, GT4 traffic, there's a lot of GT4s, so always coming up on them at the wrong time, seemingly. Stewart's even busier. Let's try and get a look at this. Second penalty for car 805. It's Marlowe. Can't get a replay of that. Oh, that was Bullwinkle actually. No, they're back. Every time. Matthew Marlowe, a lap down from the car ahead. A lot of ground to make up, but as I keep saying, anything can happen. It's a Team WRT car into the pits. Maybe a scheduled pit stop. Probably, I would say so. Last stint was 50 minutes, so maybe hoping to get an undercut on the car ahead. Are on the same lap as this man, Eli Schwartz, in the BMW Alpina KFC USA Racing Team. Texas Instruments sponsor, I dig that. Cool. All the sponsors on that car. It looks like an official livery, so hats off to them. Everybody knows a good livery adds 20 brake horsepower. As that WRT car creates now one of the only cars to have cleared all of its mandatory pit stops. We're back up with Luca Schumacher and the other red Kiwi Bentley. Well, just hugging the inside of the curb a little bit too much there. That'll cost them some time. 2 seconds behind Guillaume, with pit stops coming up. This car also only has one mandatory pit stop, so they've essentially made an extra pit stop. Only about 1.5 second gap, munching the inside curb a bit too much there. That's Bullwinkle into the pits. As I said, I think they might be trying that undercut once again. Did see the Invictus car going a little bit long on that first stint. Just want to hop up to this battle. This is a battle for P12. These two Porsches at it once again. Martin Schultz, Will Stewart. Oh, not the noise you want to hear when you're trying to go around that track. You've got to drive through. Basti Schau. Oh, and it looks like they actually just retired as I clicked onto them. Had a drive through. I think that was for speeding in the pits. But Luca Schumacher now right onto the back of Guillaume. He's going to try to move around the outside of turn 3. This would be bold if he could pull this off. I think he's made it work, but Guillaume defending hard on the inside and just gets turned in on. I like to say rubbing is racing, but that was a bit more of a bash. Try and go inside. Another bit of door bashing there as they go through turn 6. Try and hold the inside line quite aggressively here. I think he'll make the move stick. It's a quite good place to put the car on turn 7 and 8. Don't really leave the other car anywhere to go, and they make that move. I would think that the stewards are going to take a look at that first move though. We'll go back to these two Porsches still battling it out. Very close to each other as they head down towards turn 7. Oh, thought about the move, just hesitated, and that's going to cost him some time. Will Stewart able to pull out a little bit of a gap and run down to turn 10 here. We've got a 10-second penalty for Romanovsky. Interesting. That was for that unsafe GT4 overtake, causing a collision. These two Porsches still going at it. We're going to see everybody diving into the pits really soon, I should imagine. Martin Schultz has gotten a really good exit onto the start-finish straight. Will he look inside? He does. Not going to be close enough to make a move unless he sends it. He does. Makes the move stick. Great move. That's probably one of the best turn 1 moves we've seen all race. And the Gridfinder Racing McLaren finds itself in P5 with Romanovsky still to pit and a 10-second penalty. So this outlap phase, very, very crucial, critical for this team if they do want to take the lead. We've got a yellow flag here. Oh, that's one of the red Kiwi cars. Oh, it's the KFC car. Off into the weeds there. I wonder what happened. Let's check it out. They've been there for quite some time, more than 30 seconds, so a wheel disconnect perhaps. Now I'm stuck. 30 seconds just watching this car, very frustrating. As I said, I wish the replay function had a cancel button, so I don't have to sit through 30 seconds of a car. So I'm interested to know what happened to Schwartz there. He parks himself on the side. But we've got the actual red Kiwi GT3 car battling. Quitben making the move down the inside. No.
still side by side they go, and yeah, he'll make the move stick there into turn 12. So Stewart into the pits right now. Good move from BTV. He'll pull out a nice gap now. Down the start, finish straight to the Aston Martin behind. A little bit further back, Luana Santos, the Moon Squid MTT. McLaren onto the back of the other Porsche we just saw getting a bit left behind of Schultz. Good exit here, we'll see maybe ascend into turn 10, not quite close enough. Hartmann now into the pits. That will allow the Grid Finder Racing McLaren up into P4. Romanovsky still to pit. Or Werner dead on start finish. I did not see that. Not sure if I can see that because it wasn't shown as contact. Can't find it. Santos now just falling behind Schultz just a little bit. Still only about a second behind them. I'm not seeing any contact. Schwartz in the pits is Eli Schwartz. They don't have, hopefully they don't have a huge issue. They were parked at the side of the track for quite some time there. We are almost halfway through this race. Romanovsky actually a lap now 144.8, so time's actually tumbling down. The track is getting hotter as the day goes on, and Santos having to back out there. I think that's Richard Withall there. Is Santos actually a back marker, but doesn't have to give up the racing line so easily. The chase for Santos onto the back of Schultz kind of died down after that. Schultz being released and just being able to focus on their lines. So when we'll see Romanovsky come into the pits, because that's what we're really looking for, especially with that 10-second penalty. There's Eli Schwartz coming out of the pits in that KFC BMW. Santos actually into the pits right now. Well, lots of change up about to happen as the pit window is well and truly open, and we are well and truly halfway through this race. Romanovsky's just actually begun another lap, so might not see them come into the pits for some time. Telshaft puts himself into the pits. That will allow the Grid Finder McLaren up into P3, so threatening now to take P1 after Romanovsky's pit stop. which I would expect to take about a minute and 15 seconds. Trying to jump back to this battle. It's Pablo Alcoba right on the back of Chris Barnes. That's Santos' teammate. We're looking like Chris Barnes and Santos doing an AB stint rotation. I'm not sure which of those two drivers was their fastest, but Chris Barnes is definitely in the thick of it during that first stint. Might not be able to make a move into turn one, but as we've seen, these Audis are absolutely rapid down the straight. Rob Phillips into the pits, as is Valentino Rossi. Maybe trying to close the gap with an undercut to Kovacs in P1, so Rob Phillips might be on for a P1 finish in class. I would love to see that. Schultz into the pits, Withall into the pits. Now Koba really putting the pressure now on Barnes. Last lap, Alcoba 146.6, Connor Barnes 146.1, so a bit of pace deficit in between them, but have to take lap times with a grain of salt, especially in multi-class. And that's Romanovsky into the pits. Oh, this might be very, very close. Here is that grid finder McLaren. Romanovsky still in the pit, so it's looking like the grid finder McLaren will take the lead of this race. You see in the background there the grid finder McLaren just rounding the last corner. Jack's down. Oh, just, yeah, if he didn't have that 10-second penalty, it would have been so close. But Hatcher, the leader of this race in the all-in racing Audi, still needs to make a pit stop. Just want to pop back to Nico Werner, who's actually chasing down the back of Milad, making his ACC return. Actually has a drive-through. That'll be speeding in the pit lane. Werner with another pit stop to make though. So, still to pit is Werner. Milad Vegas still trying to get to grips with ACC, maybe speeding in the pit lane. We've all done it. It sucks, but oh well. But could still eke out a P or a podium finish. Drive-through is definitely not as long as a pit stop, and he won't take it this time around. Maybe wants to just increase that gap. Ricky Krebs, the car ahead of Milt, still to pit, and also a 10-second penalty, so all up in the air as things stand. Etrish back into P3 after that pit stop. Has a nice buffer behind them, and only just under 10 seconds to that grid finder McLaren. feel like Hatcher can make a pit stop here and probably still come out in a podium position, especially with Zeiss having to also pit and a 10-second penalty. Orvinkel double stinted because he had to leave early. Well, he did a great job on that double stint. Really put the pressure on the Invictus Audi. Kovacs still comfortably in the lead of GT4, about half a lap on the car behind, which is Hurtle. Ricky Krebs in P3 and Milad, Rob Phillips' teammate, in P4. I feel like the podium spots in GT4 are still up for grabs. We're up to lap 71 now as Hatcher just crosses the line to begin a new lap. Still to pit, might want to try and go as long as possible to try and stretch out the gap. But this is your race leader for the moment, for the time being. Kridman into the pits, making their green flag pit stop. Second to last pit stop. And the Alpine serving its drive-through penalty. I'll let Ricky Krebs go, but with another pit stop still to make. Not the end of the world. All still to play for. You saw Kridman in the pits as Milad serves their drive-through penalty. Etrish now about 7-8 seconds or so behind the grid finder McLaren. And that's Laura Zeiss just gone into the pits. Well, I wonder if well, it's a GT4 in the background also coming into the pits. But with that 10-second penalty now for the red Kiwi Bentley, it's going to throw a big spanner into the mix. Expect Hatcher to come in maybe next time around. Didn't know the Audi was this good on fuel. Not trying to force anything right there, which is smart. Seen a lot of incident at turn 1, just based on not enough room. And the outside of the KTM goes our current race leader, Tom Hatcher. He's still in the pits. And Bjorn Jorgensen with a stop go 30. I think that might be track limits. And that will put a big dent into their race time for sure. Or he's finally released from the pits. Like they're going to make it out in P9, so a top 10 finish definitely still on the cards for them. And Werner into the pits also. See, Marcus Etrich's last lap time a 1:45.4. Zephyray's last lap time a 46.5, so about 9/10 difference between them. Catching up. Just hop down to this. Connor Barnes in the thick of it again on the back of the Porsche that we've seen so much of today. This is where you kind of see the McLaren really come into play as these fast sweeping corners. Don't think the McLaren behind is close enough to make a move, but they are so close, almost has to just back out there. the Porsche might have slowed a bit more than the McLaren was anticipating. But Connor Barnes about a second faster that last lap than Stefan Kroll in the Fricadelli Racing Team. Oh, just munches a bit of the inside curve, upsets the suspension, and that stops him from getting the power on as early as they want to. But the other red Kiwi Bentley into the pits, sorry, the red Kiwi BMW into the pits. There you see Bjorn Jorgensen out of the pits on their scheduled pit stop. Porsche doing quite well here, holding off the McLaren through corners where the McLaren should be faster, and looks like the McLaren just gets a little bit of better exit traction. Still, oh, forcing the move around the inside goes far too deep into turn 7. Connor Barnes will say thank you very much as he takes P12. Still haven't seen Hatcher come into the pits. Who else needs to pit? Guillaume needs to pit. Hurtle needs to pit. Ricky Krebs still needs to pit. So maybe P2 is still on the cards for the little Alpine. And that's a big gaggle of cars there, right behind Milad. Just holding his line inside, has to be able to go somewhere for sure. All these cars not wanting to get any extra penalties. Yeah, great multi-class driving there from Milt, just to avoid everybody charging behind him. Oh, and I missed that as I looked away. Let's just go back to that real quick. The KFC car ahead into the chicane. I wonder if it was just a bonk from the back. Oh yeah, the Ferrari just loses it a little bit there and tries to force the issue. And there will be a penalty coming for that Ferrari, I feel like. Shame. Not shame bell shame, but it's a shame that happens. The battle here between the two red Kiwi cars. Maybe a bit of team orders there, as Schumacher really doesn't put up a fight. I mean, they are teammates, they do know who's quicker, and Thatcher finally into the pits. Etrish now has the gap down to 5 seconds. Yeah, Schumacher not really putting up a fight, trying to hold position there. So many cars, so close together. Stewart's just got on a drive through. Go to Jorgensen here, he's right on the back of the Fricadelli Porsche. Mercedes GT4 just spicing things up a little bit. You just see how many cars are down the road there. Porsche just maintaining the inside line, maybe trying to break the toe a little bit. Aston Martin goes to the inside, makes the move stick. Another textbook turn 1 move. You love to see it. Puts the Telecom Aston Martin up into P13. See Etrish not able to make huge inways into the gap to P1. We've seen this little red and white Porsche not back down from a fight. this whole race has kind of been in the thick of it. Wouldn't be surprised to see it come back into the race at some point. Oh, 187, crazy driving. 187 is Langevin. No further action. Or their last contact. Maybe another penalty coming. Want to go up to this battle. The two BMWs, the other Red Kiwi racing the non-Bentley one, on the back of Guillaume, which who still needs to make a pit stop. So back position, not vital, but just bragging rights. But very close to each other. Oh, and the silver BMW just goes a little bit deep on the exit, and that will allow Hannah Ickler to just have the racing line through turn 12. Puts herself up into P9. Three BMWs in a row there. Etrish now starting to find some pace. His last lap was a 45.2. Remember, anything under 45 is pretty rapid in these conditions. Closing the gap now. 4.5 seconds or so to that grid finder, McLaren. And Guillaume into the pits for their scheduled pit stop. Lots of people opting to go long today, so might all shuffle up on the final stint. Let's see. Hurtle and Krebs still need to make their pit stops, which I would assume they would be making quite soon. Remember, no stint timer this time around, so could go as long as the car allows. Your GT4 leader, Martin Kovacs, driving solo. Solo wins are very, very hard to come by, but hats off in this car of all cars as well. Hurtle choosing to stay out for another lap. See if Ricky Krebs makes it into the pits this time around. Doesn't look like that, so Pavasino back into the bikini car. Maybe a track cut there, but onto the back of Connor Barnes is the BMW. Is this their outlap? This is their outlap, so very difficult to push on the outlap. Easier said than done, but definitely easier in the GT3s than the GT4s. Remember, the GT4s have no tyre warmers, so when you're on your outlap you're on stone cold tyres. But Pavasino doing quite well to keep up. Pushing on an outlap is never easy. And Hartmann looking like they'll get a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. To see if we can come back to that. This battle fizzles out. But Etrish now only about 3 seconds behind that grid finder McLaren. But the battle for P1 is coming. It's been coming for a while, but it is coming. And this BMW right onto the back of Connor Barnes now. Not close enough to make a move into turn 1. Let's see if we can't see the incident that caused them 10 seconds. Oh, it was this one, okay. So Hartmann just kind of forcing the issue there, as we saw earlier. Pavasino really putting the pressure on Connor Barnes now. Some GT4 traffic up ahead. It's definitely going to make things difficult for this defending car. Very deep goes Connor Barnes. Manages to get it hooked back up, but lost nearly half a tenth, almost a tenth through that corner. And here's where the GT3 could play havoc, having to go offline, but it's all about who can get the better exit. This is the battle for P10. Not going to be close enough to make a move, or is he? Licked the stamp and sent it. Connor Barnes may be able to cut back. Oh, a touch of oversteer on the exit. Makes the move stick though. Full send. Full applause from me, because that's quite a difficult corner to make things work cleanly. Good awareness from Connor Barnes there to see the move coming and just hold his line. Just hold off from turning in so they don't cause a huge accident. Connor Barnes might be able to chase back down through the start-finish straight. Huge amounts of slipstream to be had. Ettrish now only 1.8 seconds behind the leader. About a second faster last lap around than the leader, than Zephyr. This battle is coming, I promise. I feel like I've been talking about it this whole race, but it is coming. Connor Barnes holding on to the back of Parvasino quite well. Not letting the gap grow too big. It's been about a constant 0.8 seconds since Parvasino made the move down into turn 10. Here with the back markers coming into play. Might open things up for Connor Barnes. Just want to hop up to Ettrish now. You see how close those cars are as they both cross the finish line. Let's see what their last lap times were like. 45.9 for Zephyr, 45.2 for Ettrish. So pace deficit between the two has become slightly larger than has been for the rest of the race. They've been pretty much on par, these two teams, pace-wise. Best lap between these two teams, still only 2 1/1000ths of a second difference. Ettrish being 44.85, and I think it was Bolvinkel that set a 44.847. Those drivers are really close together. This battle is coming. Don't think Ettrish would be in a rush to make anything happen. So far, only the top 4 cars currently on the lead lap. Telshaft just behind. Less than a second now. This is what we've been waiting for. Valentino Rossi just letting the battle commence. Nobody wants to meddle with the leaders, overall leaders of a race. But Ettrish now starting to pile the pressure on Zephyr through these final corners. And as I've been saying, all about the exit, and we've just seen the raw pace of the Audi down the straights. I'm sure something will happen. If not this time around, then maybe next. But great exit from Ettrish there. Zephyr covering the inside. Ettrish diving outside. Not able to make anything happen into the corner, but all about the exit here again, because this part is crucial, getting the traction back onto the tyres as soon as possible. See Etrish just taking a slightly wider line there, maybe to conserve momentum. There's Milt in that little Alpine. Well, they were very close together on the entry of turn 4. Still very close together. Oh, and Zephyr going very wide. Bit too deep into the hairpin there, but manages to keep the position. They got traction back a little sooner than they expected. But this GT4 here is going to definitely spice things up a little bit. Trying to get as much slipstream as they can. Oh, I thought there was contact there, but just my camera shaking. They are so close to each other here. Will we see a move through the final chicanes? Ricky Krebs into the pits for their pit stop. And a 10-second penalty, remember. That will allow Milt to at least retake P3. Whether they retake P2 or not remains to be seen. Here we go again, down the straight. Drag race down to the braking zone of turn 1. Aziz is actually very, very close to the back of Richard Withall. You just see it in the background there. But again, Zephyr holding the inside. Great defending from Zephyr. Opened themselves up a little bit there. Fantastic defending from Zephyr, just giving the Audi nowhere to go. Aziz has made that move on Richard Withall, I think down into turn 1. Do want to stay with this battle because we've been looking forward to this one. So much pressure now, so really, really critical for Zephyr to stay calm. Oh, almost a little bit of contact through turn 6. Not trying to force the move up on the inside of 7. Really, really hard to go wide there. Just crash into the car you're trying to take over. And the McLaren looking a little bit quicker through turn 9. Not close enough to put themselves up the inside this time around. Maybe a cutback is on here though, as the McLaren goes a little bit deep. Oh, this is epic racing. So close together, less than 2/10. Almost nose to bumper through most of these corners. And again, they'll go for another drag race down at the start, finish straight. We'll see the same thing again, Zephyr holding the inside. And the Audi very close. The Audi trying to force the move up the inside. Squeezing each other out. Oh, and just turned into each other there. Stewards might want to take a look at that. Each driver not really giving any quarter there. That looked like a hard turn in. Etrish making the move work, but whether it sticks through penalties or not, that could be the end of their race win hopes there. You get a 10-second penalty, then that's going to be really, really difficult to try and keep. Got one of the red Kiwi Bentleys just joining the party for fun. Something tells me that Zephyr is not going to want to just give that up so so lightly. I'm just keeping my eye on the stewards channel just to see if anything comes through. Another penalty for Telshaft. It's another 10-second penalty. Like they may have made contact with Langevin. And 10-second penalty for them for causing a collision. And under quite a bit of pressure from this back marker behind is Zephyr. Not ideal. We've seen how rapid the Bentley can be in a straight line. That is Laura Zeiss in P6, but with those penalties ahead of her, of Hartmann and Talschaft, could work in her favour. Lots of pressure there. Quite unnecessary really, but it's racing. And having to defend from the back marker really is allowing Ettrish to just pull away. I'm sure that might be quite frustrating if you're in that McLaren. Racing incident, say the stewards. That was that turn 1 incident between the leaders, Ettrish and Zephyr. We want to have another look at that if I can. See them squeeze into the inside. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. No car really even giving each other a way to go. Has to be able to turn in, but can't really swing out like that if there's a car right next to you. The Hurtle still yet to pit, but little speed car racing Alpine up into P3. About 48 seconds is the gap between Milt and Peter Hurtle, so once Hurtle does take his pit stop, then I think the little speed car, team speed car Alpine will retake P2, but for how long? Go back up here as Zephyr still under pressure from the from Laura Zeiss behind. Dropped a couple tenths now to the leader of the race, so bit of a lucky one there for not getting a penalty, because getting a penalty would not have been ideal there for the Invictus Sim Racing team. Laura Zeiss really piling the pressure on here. Last lap around, which was the lap after the move was made, Ettrish a 1:45.84, Zephyr a 1:45.89, so still really similar on pace. But this Bentley really making things difficult for the McLaren. Shouldn't have to defend from a back marker, especially if you're fighting for a lead of the race. But that's morals and not rules, so take that how you will. Oh, just eating the inside curb there. That'll slow him down quite a bit. Zephyr actually invalidating their lap with that. A track cut for them, maybe. Hopefully they don't hit their limit. Have to serve a drive-through. Hurtle still out on track. Waiting to see them pit. See if it changes up the GT4 order any more. It should do. It's actually just begun a lap. Hurtle actually being overtaken now by Ettrish. GT4 traffic for them to deal with, so not ideal for the grid finder McLaren. Laura Zeiss has actually gotten past the grid finder McLaren, though that's really not ideal because it will be slowing them down quite a bit. Gap's now almost 2 seconds to Ettrish in front. Actually 2.6 seconds, my goodness, so losing time hand over fist. This little black McLaren must be very frustrating. But one more pit stop still to come, so we've seen how powerful the undercut is here. And maybe they'll look to make that work once again in their favour. more GT4 traffic to contend with. These last corners are really not where you want to come across them. Just saw Hurtle there in the background. See if he's coming into the pits this time round. Really difficult to do so when you've got a GT3 on the inside, essentially blocking the pit lane there. Everything just kind of settling down now. Almost 3/4 of the way through the race. I'd say we're about 2/3 of the way through the race at this moment in time. Referee's last lap actually 1.6 seconds slower than Etrish. I think that's purely traffic related. It'll be a good moment to see as we see the GT3 leader passing the GT4 leader. Kovacs hasn't really put a foot wrong. There isn't a single scratch on that car, it looks like. Just took off at the beginning of the race and hasn't really had to look back since. With these 10-second penalties, Laura Zeese does actually stand to gain P4. They time their strategy right with Xenon ahead. If their teams are listening, I hope I'm not giving away free strategy here, but with a correctly timed pit stop, they could be released right onto the back of the P3 of the Denny Xenon in the all-in racing Audi. Still plenty to play for, even though there's quite a big gap between many of these cars. Well, all of these cars, really. Anything can happen. Just seeing how, as I keep saying, the undercut here is so powerful. Can really net you a lot of time. Hurtle still not pitting. I wonder if... Oh, they've actually got a drive-through, so that will be for track limits, I'm sure. So that will definitely hand the little team speed car Alpine P2. Where are they right now? Actually finishing up a lap, so the drive-through has to be taken soon. I can't take a drive-through. They have to drive through and pit. Can't do both, I don't think. I think you can pit and call that your drive-through. But still. Very disappointing for Hurtle, I'm sure. The gap now from P2 to P1 is 11 seconds and climbing. FRA still caught in traffic. They're saying the great equalizer is traffic. And compare it to Etrish, who's just got clear track ahead of him and clear track behind. It's Laura Zeese behind, I believe. Yep. Hurtle with the drive-through penalties really shaking things up today. Such a, smaller track than the tracks we usually race on. I think penalties just mean that much more. Especially things like stop-go 30s and drive-throughs. Finally into the pits comes Peter Hurtle. Wondering if they choose to do a drive-through or do their pit stop. Have to see. See all those cars passing him. Those are just GT3s. Where is Milt? Looking like he's coming in for his stop. I don't know if that's going to clear his drive-through penalty. But Milad will take P2, it seems. Having to blend the throttle through the last corner to get the turn in. Love the Alpine. almost like a touring car. There goes the team speed car team speed car into P2 in class. Timing screen hasn't updated, but he is in P2. 60 seconds behind Kovacs, current leader, who I think is about to finish a lap, so not a time to make up, but anything can happen, as I keep saying. I think that's Cargo behind, yes it is. So Hürtel's drive-through not cleared, so he will have to drive through once again. So Cargo may be able to take P3 in the standings. Once Hürtel serves that drive-through, which he must do within 2 more laps, I believe. And Stavarsky is actually only about 10 seconds behind Cargo right now on the same lap. They are fighting for position. See, Stavarsky actually 2 seconds a lap faster last time around than Cargo. Getting very squirrely up ahead. I believe that's Hartmann in that Ferrari GT3, yep. Still with that 10-second penalty, so about 20 more minutes to go until we see all of these guys diving into the pits for their final pit stops. 5-second penalty, sorry, a 10-second penalty for Cargo, causing a collision. See what happened here. That's oh, that is the grid finder McLaren fighting for P1. That stint for Zeffere just going from bad to worse. Caught up in all that traffic and then being tagged by the Porsche of Cargo here. So Hürtel serving their drive through, it seems. Yeah, Hürtel just there, still on their drive-through, and we'll see Cargo come through, take the position. So Cargo up into P3, but Stavarsky only 8 seconds behind Cargo right now. They're looking like a really good bet to sew up that last podium spot in GT4 class. Cargo actually released onto the back of Stavarsky, but shouldn't worry too much. 4-track position with the 10-second penalty. Hürtel has not cleared their drive-through penalty, interestingly enough. Unless it just hasn't updated on the timing board, but that could be very bad news indeed for the KTM. Dropping time really quickly, so I wonder if they sped in the pits on their way to do their drive-through. And I must sympathise because I've done that before, and it's not pleasant. But got to make sure that you're slowed down in time before you cross the pit control line. This game, penalties-wise, takes no prisoners, and I'm not talking about penalties divvied out by the stewards. I'm talking about built-in penalties. So you're cutting the track too many times, or speeding in the pits, or even being in the wrong position during the start phase of the race. You really do come down like a ton of hammers, a ton of bricks, I should say. You don't take that stuff lightly, so it's a shame. So I wonder if Hürtel will take his drive-through now. Or he'll wait a couple laps, it seems. I think they have 3 laps to complete said drive-through penalty. 14 minutes to go until only 1 hour left in the race. As I was saying, it's been kind of constant this whole race. One who is closing a gap is Bjorn Jorgensen, the Telecom Aston Martin, getting onto the back of Connor Barnes, another driver who's been in the thick of it this race round. I think, yep, that's the third place all-in racing Audi currently on the back. Currently being chased down by Chris Barnes, so I think actually Connor Barnes, similar pace to Xenon, but I think Xenon pulls it out in the straights as we've been seeing all day. But it is slowing Barnes up just enough to let this yellow Aston Martin really chase down the back of this McLaren now. And the Aston has a good sound in V8, don't it? Oof. Ton of slipstream here. Aston looking quite quick on the straights. Connor Barnes holds the inside. I don't think Jorgensen will be close enough. Not this time around. But a good exit out of turn 2. Rounding turn 3, might have a run down into turn 4. Battle heating up. I think, yeah, last lap around, Jorgensen about 1.4 seconds faster than Connor Barnes, so he has the pace to get this done. Hurtle into the pits, I think there, yep, to serve his drive-through. Let's hope he doesn't speed into the pits once more. But Stavarsky released onto the back of Karger, and with Karger having that 10-second penalty, Stavarsky could see himself take up that final podium spot in GT4, as I said earlier. Jorgensen really piling the pressure on here. And the McLaren again looking so sharp through that chicane. Like telepathic steering. But the Aston's just so much faster down the straight. You can see him gaining. Not a huge straight this, and you can see him gaining with the slipstream's assistance there. A lot of these drivers now making their final pit stops. A lot of these cars able to go for 70 minutes quite easily. Jorgensen not letting up. Connor Barnes doing a good job of staying calm under pressure. And these are two cars who we've seen kind of in the thick of it all race long. Always been something with these two. Not necessarily together at the same time, but just in their own separate kind of battles. Especially Connor Barnes and Santos. Quite weird seeing Honda sticker on a McLaren. Oh well. But I think here Jorgensen really needs to focus on this exit. Try and hunt down the back of Connor Barnes into turn 1. See, I think that's where we've seen the most overtakes this race, into turn 1. Not going to be close enough this time around. Oh, Barnes maybe slowing up a little too much there for Jorgensen's liking. There is the little Alpine of Milad Vegas. Might pack these cars up just a little bit. Jorgensen really wants to get there before this corner and is not able to, so that will allow Connor Barnes just to throw out a little bit of a gap. He's going to have to go around the outside of 9. Alpine there doing a nice job of just braking early just to avoid any further complications for the both of them. Looking like there's a move down into turn 10 maybe. Connor Barnes holding the inside. Be able to cut back, not early enough on the power. They'll go again for another drag race down the start-finish straight. McLaren just looking quicker through the chicane there. Not going to be close enough, it looks like, this time around. Oh, a bit deep on the brakes, just a little bit. Gets it hooked up quite nicely though. Close the gap right down. Lap times, last lap around with traffic, almost identical, only about a tenth apart. I don't think Connor Barnes will be able to hold on for much longer. Both on similar age tyres. Jorgensen's tyres are a couple of laps newer than Connor Barnes. See how much that comes into play. Oh, just a hint of oversteer there through turn 7 and 8 from the Aston Martin. And a huge gaggle of cars ahead. That's Xenon up ahead. Through turn 10 they go. Oh, a little bit wide from the Aston Martin, just catching a little bit of that outside sausage curb. This traffic up ahead of them now is really going to start to play havoc. Karga into the pits. Looks like Stavarsky moves up a position. Hürtel may move up a position as well. Hürtel doing a good job to keep out of this battle's way. And there's a move on here for sure. Connor Barnes holding the inside. Not sure the Aston Martin has overspeed. This can get dicey. Good defending from Connor Barnes there. Holding the inside, but not so much that he doesn't get a good racing line and a good exit. About 3/10 separate these two. This battle's being stretched out for as long as possible. May end up going down to strategy. About 4 minutes until we've got about an hour left. Final pit stops are upon us. There's a couple of cars out there that don't need to make any more pit stops, but whether they can make it to the end of the race remains to be seen. I can actually check on that in a little bit. Nobody wants to make any more stops than is absolutely necessary. I want a drive-through for Hartmann. Drive-through penalty for Hartmann, so that'll be a double stop as we saw with Hürtel earlier. We'll have to pit and drive-through, so Hartmann's hopes of a podium, potentially down the drain. Telshaft behind with a 10-second penalty, but only 10 seconds behind Hartmann, so Laura Zeiss again could end up with a podium spot. Oh, tried to go aggressive there onto the inside, realised it wasn't on. Good job backing out. Looks like he might have a better exit into turn 3. McLaren just running, I think, just slightly more downforce. Able to get the power down just that much earlier. Oh, these guys are so close. A move on here, maybe. No, but the McLaren does go deep into turn 6. And we've seen this happen before, where the inside line here basically guarantees you turn 7 and 8. Oh, but don't go too deep, just like that. Good move, but Connor Barnes not giving up anything. Good exit here will get you a good run down into turn 10. Last lap around, Jorgensen a 1:47.1, Connor Barnes 1:47.0, so pretty much exactly even on pace. Just catching a bit of that inside curb there was Connor Barnes, and that will upset the exit. It's the grid finder McLaren into the pits, as you can see there on the left hand side of your screen. So, trying that undercut, as I was saying earlier. Etrish still not into the pits. Laura Zeiss's pace, on pace with Denny Zenon, actually quite identical the last lap around. So, as I was saying earlier, could see a red Kiwi car on the podium. Went very deep there was Connor Barnes, but manages to get the tyres hooked up. And here's where we're going to see some pit stop craziness as we approach the final hour of the race. Hartmann into the pits, also serving a 10-second penalty. Oh, and the Aston getting a little squirrely over the curbs there, but slowly pulling out the gap to Connor Barnes. Telshaft into P3, still has to pit, still has to have the 10-second penalty. And I wonder if the grid finder McLaren's pit stop will set off a reaction from Etrish in the Invictus Sim Racing Audi. Surely they must have cottoned on to the undercut by now, and just how strong it is. GT4 traffic backing these cars up. Maybe Connor Barnes. Oh, just a safety tap there. Looks like he's going to wait. Good on him. Doesn't guarantee immunity from a penalty, but it might reduce the seriousness of that penalty. Good on him for waiting. Hartmann into the pits, actually on his way out as we speak. Actually, he's put Richard Withall into P6. Etrish on his way down to turn 10. We'll have to see if he makes a pit stop anytime soon. Where is the grid finder McLaren? On the start-finish straight, while Etrish is in the final sector, so gap is actually about a minute and a half. So I think Etrish has the gap to pit comfortably and still have about 15 seconds or so difference, maybe even 25 seconds or so difference to Zeffere behind. I'm really interested to see where the red Kiwi Bentley ends up, especially with that penalty ahead. They are 30 seconds behind Zephyr, but Xenon still to pit. And Telshaft still to pit. Podium definitely on the cards for the for this car. So we'll see if Telshaft comes and makes a pit stop this time around. Yes. Okay. So with Zeus coming around, Zephyr will definitely pass Telshaft. Zeus may pass Telshaft. Have to see. I'm surprised that either Xenon or Etrish have not pitted yet. Xenon could have made the undercut happen already, but not sure how long these cars can go. Etrish approaching an hour of stint time, Xenon approaching 50 minutes of stint time, so have to see. There is Laura Zeus going down the start finish straight. You should be able to see Telshaft on your left, still in the pits. And looks like the team speed car Alpine also making their final pit stop. So Zeus passing Telshaft, and this little Porsche GT4 really just sticking to its line. It's entitled to do so. If there's a time to push for Zeus, probably now if this is their in-lap. Could still be fighting for a podium here. As I was saying earlier, timing of this last pit stop, especially for this car, is absolutely critical. They want to fight for a podium. To catch up with Etrish rounding out turn 9. On his way down to turn 10. Xenon about 30 seconds or so behind. And Withall into the pits for their last pit stop. Jack's down. Maybe lost just about a second and a half there. Waiting to pull away. Etrish still not into the pits this time around. Zephyr's pace picking up, last lap of 45.6, whereas Etrish's last lap of 46.3. Great livery on this Invictus car. Kind of reminds me of a watermelon, but inverted. Hartman out of the pits into P5. Actually got, sorry, Telshaft out into the pits in P5, and he's actually got Hartman about 6 seconds behind him. Neither of them need to pit. Laura Z still has not pitted. Surely a pit stop soon. Jump down to GT4, go through that order really quick. Kovac still in the lead. 2 laps to the car behind, which is Milad Vega's Team Speed car. Only 10 seconds behind him though is Stavarsky, who we've seen has had a pretty solid race. And their pace is somewhat similar. Anything can happen. Hürtel 22 seconds behind Stavarsky. Nico Werner about 30 seconds behind Hürtel. And with Valentino Rossi still to make a pit stop. Chris B rounding up the back of the grid. They had that disconnect issue earlier, as I'm sure you guys might remember, and Etrish finally into the pits. That will allow Xenon through into the lead of the race for now. I'm sure Zephyr has just been told that Etrish is in the pits. This is definitely a push lap for them as they round turn 10, final sector of the track. Don't know if they will be able to make the pass under pit stop, but the battle may flare up once more. Yeah, Etrish, Romanovsky now in the car, and good pit stop from them actually. Delta time 1:05, so one of the fastest pit stops of the race. Valentino Rossi into the pits. These still needing to pit, and they are 33 seconds behind Zephyr. Well, it's not looking well. Xenon still needs to pit as well, but I think the gap might be too big for Zeus to do anything about it. Should expect Xenon to come into the pits maybe this lap. Let's see. Ooh, launching the curve there. It's going to stay out for another lap. Hartmann actually picking up the gap to Telshaft ahead. It's about 9 seconds a little bit earlier. It's about 5.5 seconds right now. You can just see Telshaft there at the bottom of the straight. I'm sure Hartmann will take all the slipstream he can get going down the main straight. He'll have to deal with this traffic though. Connor Barnes into the pits. This battle for P10 with Parvasino, Jorgensen and Barnes might heat up a little bit, with Parvasino and Jorgensen still needing to pit. The Telshaft's last lap at 1:45.7, Hartmann's last lap at 45.4, so a little bit quicker was Hartmann that last time around. Might still be able to make something happen. There are 50 minutes left of this 4-hour race. Another person closing a gap down is Luca Schumacher. Yes, the other red Kiwi Bentley chasing down Withall there, who you just saw pass the GT4 leader of Kovacs. Surprised to see so many cars go long as we see Hürtel into the pits for their final pit stop. Not sure if Werner will be close enough to actually make the move as he's going through the start-finish line. You just saw Hürtel there in the pit lane. Rossi also able to get past, but still a lap down, I believe, from Hürtel. Yes. Back up to Schumacher. Just taking a bit too much of the inside curve there at turn 9. Really upsets the suspension. See how much their teammate behind has caught up. More team orders maybe. Yep. Laura Zeiss goes ahead. See, Schumacher's best lap of 45.3, Zeiss's best lap of 45.1, so they're quite close on pace. Interesting that they decide to have Schumacher release Laura Zeiss. Their pace is so similar, but Zeiss is chasing down a podium essentially. Depending on where Xenon stops. As you just saw, I think there's about a minute 45 between them. Something like that. Minute 30, okay. Romanovsky 33 seconds behind Xenon, so should Xenon pit, or when Xenon pits, he still has to do one more stop. I would fully expect Romanovsky to retake the lead of the race. This race well and truly settled down now because it's just all come down to pit stops. Not any close battles coming on, but Schumacher closing the gap to Withall ahead. Pavasino also closing the gap to Schumacher ahead of him. About 6 seconds between each of those cars. Something may still happen there. Hartmann only 7 seconds or so behind Talschaft. Just see the stewards begin to type something out. 8, 7, and 4, 5, 6 racing incident. 187 is Langevin KFC car. Let's see what happens there. Oh, Stavarsky again caught in the thick of it. Just turns around, just turns in. Tries to go around the outside, but doesn't really leave the space. It happens. I think Talschaft actually is pulling out the gap from Hartmann behind. A lot of these drivers will be praying they don't get any more track cuts. As doing that this late in the race, probably game over for the battle for the car behind. Xenon still out on track. Laura Zeiss still out on track. They're only on just beginning sector 2, so maybe looking to go as long as possible. Talschaft is 26 seconds behind Zeiss. Romanovsky just set the fastest lap of the race with a 44.7. It was taking a tenth off of their previous best on this track. Talschaft's last lap around 44.7. Only 2 hundredths of a second behind that best lap so far from Romanovsky, so Talschaft picking up the pace. Talschaft, remember, started 26th on the grid out of, I think, 27 cars? Now up into P5. Great drive from him in some very aggressive moves. Bit of argy-bargy, but stewards have been he served his penalties and still up into P5. And Ickler into the pits. That will allow Schumacher and Pavasino through well into the top 10 now. Still to pit. Xenon. Laura Zeiss. Pavasino. Bjorn Jorgensen, Langevin. Seen involved in quite a few messy points of this race. And Stavarsky. Stavarsky currently sitting P3 in class, but Nico Werner only 50 seconds or so, which is inside that pit delta. So when Stavarsky pits, Nico Werner should retake P3 in class. Parvasino actually rapidly gaining on Schumacher ahead of him. Schumacher in the other red Kiwi Bentley, I believe. Yeah. He's had his blinker on for quite a while now. More important things to do than worry about your indicators. Especially this late into a 4-hour race. 42 minutes left now. Parvasino about 7/10 quicker that last time around than Schumacher. Only 3.8 seconds separating them, so this pace holds. Should see definitely another battle well before the timer runs out. These going around turn 3, I'm just seeing where these cars are, so if we can expect a pit stop from them. That is Telshaft on the back of the Xenon. Please don't make this messy. Is the race leader. He just sends it there. Well within his rights to do, but it's not something you really need to do. Actually this late in the race. Denny Xenon still your race leader. Romanovsky is pulling the gap back. Romanovsky by far the fastest car on track. Last lap, 1:45.1. Parvasino still chasing the back of Schumacher. He's about 4 seconds up the road, with some GT4 traffic coming into play. Might shake things up a little bit. Zeiss finally into the pits, followed by Schumacher, I believe. Yep. So Parvasino takes that spot back, but Parvasino still does need to pit. I think Schumacher pitting for fuel, not able to make it to the end of the race on their current fuel load. Hartmann will take the place back from Zeiss as well, and potentially, well, maybe not. No, Withall is far too far back to make anything work. Really interested to see where Xenon, or when Xenon pits. It's just started another lap. Romanovsky now got the gap down to 23 seconds. Romanovsky just there, rounding out turn 3. Another battle that might come to fruition before the end of the race, but probably not, because they still need to pit. It's Bjorn Jorgensen, much faster than Benny BTV ahead of him. 2.7 seconds a lap faster last time around. But still needs to pit. Stavarsky into the pits, actually just leaving the pits. They take the pit board with them. Whee! Cool, that's in the middle of the track now, or right on the racing line too. Langevin into the pits for their final stop. sure Jorgensen wouldn't be pushing too hard because they know that they have to pit soon. Probably this time around, yep. Schumacher still has their indicator on. Avicino still needs to pit. Xenon still needs to pit. And Langevin still needs to pit. They're in the pit now, so only 2 more pit stops left to go. Romanovsky just carrying on, chipping down the gap. 2.3 seconds faster than Xenon last lap around. The only other person, well, there are literally no other people in the 45s right now. You were close, but Romanovsky really setting fastest lap. Well, he's got the fastest lap of the race, and he's also fastest lap last time around. And only 20 seconds now behind Xenon, so I don't want to jinx it, but you know, it's looking pretty good for a win today from the Invictus guys, so hats off to them. They have had to work for it, so it hasn't been an easy ride for them. They have had to work for it quite hard. They've been in the thick of it. Been in the middle of a strategy battle, but seems like they've kept to their own battle and kept to their own strategy and just, you know, made it work. Good for them. They've been really, really consistent today, both drivers. And there you see Xenon finally into the pits. Should see Romanovsky rounding the last corner there. Yep. Gridfinder McLaren coming up on the final complex of corners. It's looking like, yes, the Gridfinder McLaren will move up into P2. Still under attack. I think that's Laura Z's behind it is, so P2 has been battling P6, which is quite interesting. You saw earlier when Romanovsky and Zeffray came together, Bentley was just behind and it slowed down McLaren quite a bit and allowed Romanovsky really to run away with it. Careful. That could have been really bad. Richard Withall's 35 seconds behind Zeese, but had to pit for damage now. That would be race over. Pavasino finally into the pits. Their final pit stop. Expect Pavasino to come out maybe P11, P10, P11. They'll come out P10. This battle with Hartmann and Telshaft. Might see these guys coming together for the end of the race. As everybody's pit stop cleared now. Hartmann only 7.5 seconds or so behind Telshaft. Got himself caught into some traffic. See Connor Barnes there. Sorry, Santos is now driving the car for the final stint in that NTT Honda McLaren. Hartmann was actually about half a second quicker last time around than Telshaft. So I'm not sure if tyre age has something to do with that. Oh, they're too close together. Both only been on this final stint for about 25 minutes or so. See how close Hartmann is. Entering the last chicane as Hellshaft rounds the final corner. A nice dose of slipstream from these two GT4s ahead of him. That's Ricky Krebs back into the RDC Racing Mercedes. Ooh, a nice little bit of side by side through turn 1. Looks like the Audi didn't fight that too hard. There's Valentino Rossi. Hartmann again, last lap around is about 1.3 seconds faster than Telshaft, but the gap is about the same. Telshaft released out of that traffic. Podium is back into the Bucchini Squadra Corse BMW. Quite a big gap to make up to Schumacher ahead, but a top 10 finish. Very respectable despite their P6 start. The Kovacs still has a 2-lap lead in GT4, so really dominant display, this guy. Why is the Sparko logo upside down on his mirror? Makes no sense. I think Milt will be happy with his return to ACC. P2 in a 4-hour race, not bad. Not bad at all, and somebody who's actually rapidly catching up to the car ahead, Tom Hatcher. Only about 8.8 seconds now, the gap between P2 and P3. Langevin there, very aggressive, way too fast, and he's way out into the weeds there. That's Schwartz, sorry, Eli Schwartz back into the Alpine. Yeah, it just goes far too wide. Nicely saved though to not spin on the gravel. Just wanted to take the MotoGP line, I think. Back up with Hatcher, 8 seconds now, the gap. Zephyr's last lap are 57.4, so something maybe having a problem there. It wasn't an outlap. It's not an outlap, so Zephyr having some issues there for sure with the lap time. That's like 12 seconds, I can't do maths. 12 seconds off the delta that last time around for the grid finder McLaren. That's going to allow Tom Hatcher to catch up. 7.7 seconds now, the gap between those two cars. We may still see a battle for P2 happening. With that off from Schwartz, Zach Manriquez. Seen quite a bit of this Porsche today, but only 3.5 seconds behind them. Could see that battle. Half an hour left to go. Starry greets from 456. I really should have my glasses on. First race in GT4, and I'm glad you've enjoyed it. We always hurting for more GT4 drivers, especially in these endurance races. Wish more people were into them, they are so much fun. But good race. Good race from these guys so far. Kept it mostly clean. I think they've been involved in a couple of incidents that weren't their fault, but P4 in class. doing a good job of just keeping things on the track and keeping things nice and consistent. So Kovacs can't be touched right now. Only person in GT4 in the 154s. Milt behind doing 155.8, exactly a second off the leader's pace. Actually, Chris B last lap was a 154.9. It's a shame there are too many laps down after that disconnect. Hatcher now still kind of getting the hammer down. Last lap a 145.1. Actually the fastest man on track last lap around. So I think we'll definitely see a battle for P2 before this half an hour is up. Oh, and Laura Zeiss with a drive-through. I'm sure that's for track limits. And as I was saying, getting a track limits for this one. Oh, it was actually causing a collision. See if we can't find that. Not seeing it on my race control. Interesting. A drive-through for Laura Zeiss. Starry, the other driver in the RDC Mercedes, have fresher tyres and gaining 4 seconds in the last 3 laps. 15 seconds to make up to Werner ahead, so a podium very much on the cards for these guys. You want to just hop back up. Tom Hatcher, less than 3 seconds now the gap. I think Widfinder McLaren really struggling. Tom Hatcher on much fresher tyres, so maybe that was their gamble. You just see them in the background there. They are. This battle will actually happen. Only under 2 seconds the gap, so Zephyr dropping pace quite rapidly. Tom Hatcher last lap around with 44.8. A 1500ths of a second off the best lap of the race, so fresh tyres really getting put to work on that Audi. Not something you want to see if you're driving this Gridfinder McLaren. Not sure if they had a livery, but if they did, I don't have it. Something about the all-black McLaren that just looks really good though. Just want to hop back because Kovacs is actually fighting for position with a GT3. Oh, it's not for position because they're laps down. Okay, the timing screen is being weird. Back up to this battle for P2. Only 1 second separating them now. There's the Team Speed car. We're having to go outside. Guys are really close to each other now. 3/10 the gap between these guys. Hatcher again, the fastest car on the last lap on track. Hatcher can actually bide his time here. He does have much fresher tyres. He'll definitely be able to make a move. It's just a matter of when he fancies doing it. Maybe down here into turn 10. Thinks better of that. Both these cars rapid on the straight, so I'm wondering, oh, a little bit of a hip wiggle there from that mid-engine Audi. Just riding the inside curb a bit too much, and just a little bit of good luck. the grid finder McLaren. Half a second now the gap. Rapidly catching down the straight is Tom Hatcher. Much less downforce, I think. Not going to be able to make a move here, but it is coming. Oh, GT4 is going to mix things up. Does really well to hold his line there. There's Ricky Krebs. McLaren's just able to put the power down that much sooner. You heard it and saw it. If it's the same story around this corner. Yeah. Much better corner exit traction from the McLaren, but on the straight lines, Audi is kind of ridiculous. See, nobody else quite as close as these two. Oh, Zephyr with a drive-through. That will be for track limits, I'm sure. Oh. That's not how you want to see a battle end, but that's racing. Oh, giant F in the chat. Oh. I really feel for them, I really do. This might actually promote Telshaft. See Zephyr taking the drive-through penalty. Don't speed into the pits. Oh. Tom Hatcher easily taking P2 there. Didn't even have to fight for it in the end, but Telshaft so far back, I don't think he'll be able to pass Zephyr. He's not going to be able to pass Zephyr, but that's a real shame. I really do feel for that grid finder McLaren team to have a drive-through in the last 20 minutes. Ugh. That's unfortunate. It's racing though. As I was saying earlier, the built-in penalties in ACC are really rough. Hartmann still behind Telshaft. Gap's been about constant. But given where Telshaft is, Hartmann not so far behind. Something may come of that. Hartmann only 0.3 faster than Telshaft that time around. Just a quick rundown of the order coming into the last 20 minutes. Rominovsky, Invictus Sim Racing car, 43 seconds ahead of Tom Hatcher. Got that easy P2 after Zephyr picked up that drive-through penalty, dumped them down into P3. Telshaft P4. Hartmann P5. And Zeiss rounding up the top 6 in the red Kiwi Bentley. GT4 leader is Kovacs still. The Raven West Maserati. I am quite impressed. A, to do this car at this track, and then B, to do it solo for 4 hours. And have a 1.5 minute gap to the car behind, which is Milad Viegas. Team speed car. He's done really well actually, that team. They started back of the grid after the Gone Special, no qualifying runs. Automatically starting at the back of the grid. And finding themselves in P2. They're also a minute and a half ahead of Nico Werner in the Porsche Motorsport Porsche. Ricky Krebs has opened the gap up a little bit. 17 seconds the gap between P4 and P3 GT4 class. Losing time in sector 2 to the car ahead is Ricky Krebs. Hurtle down in P20, that's what, 20 overall, but P5 in class. We saw him battling for a podium earlier. He's done really well, again, to drive it in this car and to drive it solo. Finished well. Valentino Rossi. P6 in class, and P7 in class is the Flyboys Porsche. Crispy and Matthew Marlowe, both in that car. Enriquez is still quite close. You just saw him at the top of your screen there in that yellow and red KFC BMW. That's the car he's chasing down. About 1.5 seconds or so. It's the grid finder McLaren finding itself into some traffic. Forces Eli Schwartz wide. That will allow Enriquez to catch right back up. Schwartz on much fresher tyres, but we have seen him have a couple of offs in this final stint, so maybe if the tyres are worn down a bit more, that might allow this Porsche to make a move. Just can't handle the BMW down the straight though. Much later on the brakes though. This last sector the Porsche really shines. We'll be able to have maybe an overtake into turn 1. If Manriquez can get the exit optimized here. It is a good exit. Oh, a bit of understeer, has to lift off the throttle to get the car to turn. Not sure why they're lifting like that. Just to let who is that? Oh, it's Wibble. I wouldn't have let them through like that. I think they just lost themselves a lot of time doing that. They're not obliged to get out of the way for back markers. Just lost about a second lifting and letting that other car through. Up ahead, Zephyr still bleeding pace, it seems. Last lap out at 1:47.8. Telshaft behind, putting in a 45.8. That gap's now down to 13 seconds, I believe. Before it was about 19 seconds. Enriquez has made his way back onto the rear of the KFC BMW. Richard Withall there just moving on up. Let's see if he can get another good exit. This time he won't have to lift to make let a back marker through. Much better this time around, didn't have to lift and get himself around the corner, got the line right this time around. see Manriquez and Schwartz really equal on pace, both putting in 49.6s the last time around. This will have to come down to either a mistake or just flat, you know, pure overtaking prowess. Not sure if that was the game or Eli Schwartz there having a bit of problems on power. Car looked like it was shaking side to side quite a bit. Schwartz goes a little bit deep there, but manages to hook up the tyres quite nicely. Enriquez staying within half a second this whole lap around. Curious to see what the times are as they come across the line. Less than 13 minutes to go now. Might have a look up the inside into this right-hander. No, thinks twice. Not able to get anything done here, but the BMW having to slow up a little bit more after having the inside line on corner entry. Here a move might be on. Schwartz actually about 9/10 of a second faster that lap, but the last corner really didn't do him any favors as Manriquez moves to the outside. He might have the inside for the next corner. Not close enough. This guy's really going at it now. I just want to jump up as Hartmann makes the move on Talschaft. Let's just see what happened there real quick. Oh, I missed it. I think Hartmann actually went wide on the last corner. Sorry, Talschaft went wide on the last corner, and that just gives Hartmann P4. Back down to this battle. Oh, I wonder if there was contact as I see the stewards begin to type into the live stewarding channel. Should check on that. Not seeing anything in race control. Maybe it wasn't contact. But Manriquez still right on the rear of this KFC BMW. Peter Hürtel there just ahead might spice things up a little bit as he is under no obligation to move out of the way. Maybe a little tap on the back there. So close. Oh, it has to lift to avoid slowing BMW. BMW slowing down because the KTM wasn't going anywhere. Surely a move must be on here. Look at the speed of the KTM. Actually keeping up really nicely with the GT3s. Oh, and just turned into was Manriquez there, but makes the move stick regardless. Don't think we'll see anything coming out of the penalty out of the stewards on that move. Looked quite clean to me. Can't see this move again. Oops. Yeah, I think that's okay. Schwartz. Actually, sorry, Manriquez up into P14. Or was that not even for position, I wonder? Oh, it wasn't even for position. Talschaft's into the pits for some reason. If he didn't have enough fuel. But I wonder if Withall is close enough to make anything of that. I think so, as Talschaft released from the pits and really far down pit exit. Does allow Laura Zees to go through though. I think she went through. Race well and truly winding down, I feel, as a lot of drivers don't want to make big mistakes, especially in the last 10 minutes of the race. 8.5 minutes left to go. Santos actually doing a good job of potentially closing the gap and maybe able to get P11. About 1.6 seconds faster than the car ahead, which is that yellow Aston Martin. The Telecom Aston Martin ahead. So I'll keep an eye on that one. Romanovsky really far out ahead now. 40 seconds. Another hour in this race. If this was a 5-hour race, then Hatcher, I think, would definitely pose a problem to Romanovsky in the Invictus car. 0.8 seconds faster last lap around was Tom Hatcher than this man, Danny Romanovsky. A stellar job from this team today. Started first, finished first, and fastest lap. Not bad, if I say so myself. Ricky Krebs also closing the gap to Nico Werner very slowly but surely. Werner just crossing the line with a 56.5. Krebs crossing the line with a 56.5. Well, this guy's very equal on pace, just down to consistency at this point. Only 6 minutes left. I don't think anything is going to come of it. Oops. No. There you go. Tail shaft was in the wall. Doesn't show me every contact on here, which is really every incident on race control, so I only see certain amounts, but Team tail shaft have quite a bit of banging up and dinging himself around a little bit, so not surprised to see he didn't really lose any huge amounts of position, so Santos still about 9 seconds behind the car in front. Yeah, with 5 minutes left to go now. Don't see anything coming of that unless something really bad happens to the Telecom Aston Martin, as I'm knocking on wood really hard because I've had no commentators' curses this race and I would like to keep it that way. But for a lot of these drivers, actually, one small mistake going off track for any kind of period of time is not going to be helpful at all. Weaving side to side, don't celebrate early, men. I mean, you have 2 laps, but as in a 2-lap gap to the car behind, but still, not over till it's over. This man's done really well today. Started 7th, up into 4th. Done a really good job of remaining calm. Hasn't seen himself into many incidents either. He's kept things relatively clean. That's a very good pace this time around as well. Cannot ignore Chris Telshaft though, driving solo in this Porsche. Started 26th on the grid, is now 6th. The only person that's made up, the person that's made up the second largest second most positions would be the Team Speed car. He started 27th. Find themselves now in 17th overall, P2 in class. Excellent drive from both of the drivers, Rob Phillips and Milad Viegas. Schumacher's also made up a lot of positions. Started P16, ending up in P9. 7 positions gained over the course of this 4-hour race. Solo driver too. Bentley's a fun car. Laura Zeiss actually started 5th and is currently 5th. Red Kiwi guys having a good showing again today. And
okay,
the
leader's on the final lap now. Give it all you can.
leaders on the final lap. I was just about to say before I was rudely interrupted, the Moon Squid Motorsports guys, some ping issues there from Luana Santos. These guys started 12th, finished 12th. Barring any upsets that may or may not happen, as I knock on wood once more. There's some really strong drives from a lot of cars today. Romanovsky now pulling around on the final white flag lap. Looks like Invictus finally get their win after coming very close on a few of our endurance races thus far. Lucas Lichten in the says Goaterati. Yes, it is the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT. Everybody loves a good Chadorati. I love it even more when it wins. Lucas Lichten, for those that don't know, has won the Watkins Glen 6-hour race. Did you do that solo as well, Lucas? Can't remember. But that was also in the Maserati GT4, so seems to be a popular car within our community. As here is Danny Romanovsky rounding the final corner for the last time to take the win in the Barcelona 4 hours. There's the checkered flag. Great drive from those guys. Absolutely epic. As I said earlier, started first, finished first, fastest lap. Tom Hatcher, another great drive. Started 4th, finished 2nd, so to get themselves up into the podium spot, epic drive. Helped a little, of course, by the drive-through from the P3 finish of Zeffere in that grid finder McLaren, but still kept it on the track. more than the other car, and just yeah, made things work. P2, excellent finish for those guys. Witfinder McLaren very far back, as you see, but they will come around into P3. You did do that solo, Lucas. Good to know. Maserati is downright OP at the Glen. Yeah, that's true. And Kovacs, winner of GT4 in the Maserati. Just get one more listen to that. Whoa, love it. Milad Vigas comes across the line to take P2 in class, and Nico Werner takes P3 in GT4 class. Solid drive from them. They've been all around the track today, all up and down. Many of these guys now taking a deep, deep breath. Great, great racing. Many of these persons, but your overall winners: the Invicta Sim Racing car of Rominovsky and Marcus Etrich. And then this guy, Martin Kovacs, in the Maserati GT4. Taking the class win for GT4 class. Congratulations, everyone. It's actually don't have time to do interviews today, unfortunately, much as I would love to hear from the race winners. But we do thank you for tuning in and listening along. This has been another edition of RP Endurance. If you do fancy joining us, if you're not part of the Discord already, the link is in the description of the video, so join us for more endurance races. We've got something very special planned for next month. Also leagues and casual events too, if that takes your fancy. And tomorrow, actually, can't forget, but we do have our pre-season race for RP Series. This is our multi-class league, so if you like what you saw today and want to get in on that, well, actually you can't get on it because it's full, but if you do want to watch it, it will be streaming here. 1 hour race as opposed to a 4 hour race, but same format, one mandatory pit stop in a league race format. Can't really go wrong with it. But thanks again for everyone who tuned in, everybody who raced, and of course can't forget to thank the stewards. I'm sure they were very, very busy today. The organisers for the race, without whom streams like this would not be possible. So yeah, thanks to everyone. Great racing today. It was a pleasure to commentate over, and we'll see you for the next one, if not tomorrow. But as I said, next month's endurance is something special indeed. So if you're not in the Discord, check the link out. Roll up in the Assetto Corsa Competizione role. Get your rolls and yeah, sign up for what's sure to be a pretty epic race. Till next time, everybody. Thanks again.